Tabletop Battles has partnered with Legalized Mischief to present his long-form painting tutorials. Subscribe for more videos and head to tabletopbattles.com to read more.
Hey everyone, it's Colin with Legalized Mischief Productions. Thank you for joining me and welcome. And today, I'm going to be starting a new tutorial series using the Land Raider armor Proteus from Forge World. I'm going to be painting this in Death Company colors for my Blood Angels army. And I wanted to do a tutorial on this because I get asked a lot about how to weather black armor. Weathering black is pretty tricky because a lot of the common weathering techniques that we use don't really show up on black armor. So I wanted to showcase those. This is a great canvas for that. It's got a lot of cool little nooks and crannies, but it also has some like wide open spaces that are really good for that. So I just wanted to showcase those techniques using this model. I think it'll be a great canvas for that. So I'm going to be doing, I really love the aesthetic of this model. This is a really old Forge World model. And it's so small now in scale with, you know, like Primaris Marines and stuff. But I wanted to do this model for my Death Company because my Blood Angels army is a Primaris army or Primaris scale army. And so it's all these new sculpts, new models, hover tanks, things like that. Death Company are a little more rough and rugged. They're a little more, you know, old and they don't get the newest toys, right? So I wanted this really sharp visual aesthetic between the Death Company vehicles in this older open. This is even older than just using a regular Land Raider. This is like the open wheel, old Mark Land Raider. A really sharp visual aesthetic between the open tracks of the Death Company tanks and the hover tanks of the Legion itself, of the chapter itself, regular Blood Angels. So I'm going to be doing this one. I'll get a Spartan for the Death Company at some point to match that open track look. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I love this tank. I've wanted one for a long time. Now I have one, and a perfect topic to do a tutorial on. So first things first on these tanks, assembly is an absolute bear. So if you're gonna try to assemble one of these things, definitely watch some videos or something first. The tracks are all like 6 separate pieces and they never line up. So I ended up cutting a link out of the top and pinning it back here. The top is kind of free floating above like where it's supposed to be sitting. Like it's just kind of a nightmare. So daunting. There were huge gaps in here that I had to fill with putty. I mean, it's just a daunting build, but that's okay. It's worth it. It's a great little tank. So how I approach painting these is a little different. Usually you'll see people kind of either paint the tracks separate, which is what I usually try to do when I paint tanks. When I paint hover, like repulsors and stuff, I paint all the plates separate and then just glue them on at the end. It just makes life easier, saves me time taping, which I really don't enjoy doing. The difficulty with that is these tracks you cannot paint separate because they're such a pain in the ass to put together. Like you just can't. I mean, sure, you could, but it would be, I think, too difficult. You definitely mess up the paint job trying to put them back together. So these have to be painted on the tank, and a lot of times, you know, people will assemble tanks or you'll buy, you know, used or something. The tank and the treads will already be on there. So rather than painting the tank first and then masking off the tank, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the treads first, and then I'm just going to mask off the treads and I'm going to spray the rest of the tank because one, it's way less taping and it's easier to tape off the treads than it is the tank itself. Even using saran wrap and stuff like that, it's way easier because these are just, very linear. Weight, and they're above everything else, right? So way easier to take these off. And if I overspray onto the treads, and this is really the most important consideration for me, if I overspray, if my taping isn't like 100%, and I overspray onto the treads, the metallics on the treads are way easier to touch up than getting metallic on the body of the tank after you've already done your highlighting and all that stuff. So for me, it's just way easier to do the treads first. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to do the treads, and then I'm going to lay the foundation for the red. This is just black primer right now. I'm going to lay the foundation for the red. Then I'm going to tape off the tracks and the red X's, and then I'm going to do the black, and you'll see why. So first things first, I'm going to get my airbrush ready here. My trusty airbrush. Oh, there we go. Using a Badger Patriot 105 Extreme with the Superfine Detail conversion kit. And I want this to be a little bit darker metallic, so I'm going to be using Vallejo Metal Colored Burnt Iron for the base coat. And I'm just going to be doing the tracks. I can come back and do the vents and the smokestacks and stuff by hand. Those aren't very large areas. But the tracks, I don't want brush marks and stuff, even though this stuff covers really well. And burnt iron is it's a darker metallic. I don't want to put it on too. Now I'm spraying sideways underneath the tracks to get, you can see on the back there. And I want to try and get, when I'm doing the underneath on these tracks in the back area there, which you can see like right there, I want to try and spray as straight on as possible. It's not always the easiest thing to do, obviously because of the angle of the airbrush and everything. I don't typically worry about what's going on underneath the tank, but we'll cover that later. You want to try and get as straight on as possible, just because if you get like going one direction, either too heavy on top or too heavy on bottom, then if you look at it from the other angle, it's just going to look black, right? So on the outside, obviously, it's easy to just spray it straight on because these are exposed. And you can actually see here, maybe you can't. No, if you can't, that's actually good. I was going to show you how the tracks are kind of misaligned on top, but it's hard to see in there just with the camera. Which is good. If you can't really tell, that means I did a pretty good job fixing that problem. So, and now just overall base coat on the tracks. Like, I'm not worried about overspray, especially because this tank is going to be black, so it's going to cover everything. I'm not worried about overspray, but we don't want to waste paint, waste time, just spraying everything like a madman. So, you can be a little careful. Okay. I think that's it for the tracks. So I'm going to follow that up with some exhaust manifold, just on the top part of the tracks, not on the sides. Sides are going to stay where they are. At the end, when I do the oil wash and when I go in to do, so I'm going to do the overall oil wash, I'm going to do some enamel, like track grime in there, and then there'll also be some weathering going on in there with pigments and such. So I don't have to be too fine. The tracks are not going to end up being anything like the finished product of just the airbrushing. They're going to get a lot more attention. A little sponging, some weathering. So this is just a broad strokes base coat for in this exhaust manifold. I'm going to stick kind of towards the middle of the track. Want to keep the edges a little darker because I'm going to come back with some dark aluminum, and I'm just skipping the bottom of the tracks because nobody will ever see it. And for me, I know a lot of people like being completionists, and they like having every part of the model painted and blah blah blah, and that's great. For me, it's all a question. Most everything for me comes down to time, and so kind of a time spent versus reward consideration. And so, like on this tank, I'll paint this part under here on the sponsons because it's like the exterior of the tank. But like everything from about here back to about here is just going to be it'll be black, and then whatever else happens. Like I'm not highlighting and weathering the bottom of the tank treads. Like that's not happening. Because the tank's going to sit like this 99% of its life. So I know it's unpainted, and I'm okay with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let that dry before I mask it off. I think I can get away with it. Let's roll the dice. Roll the dice. I'm gonna lay down the red for the X's. And if you're familiar with Blood Angels, you're familiar with Death Company, their whole deal, their whole aesthetic really centers on black armor with the red X's to kind of denote them as lost and without any kind of affiliation for squads, chapters, or anything. So it's a really strong aesthetic, and it's one that I reinforce heavily when painting Death Company. But it's really hard. So I have two ways I can do this, right? I can either spray the tank black, do all my highlighting, and then come in and tape off the X's and everything around it and paint the red. Or option B, I can just paint this whole panel, because I know the X's are going to stay on this panel here, on this side panel on the door. That's where I want to keep them. So I can just spray this whole panel black, tape off the X's, and trim it up, make it look nice, and then leave them there, spray the rest of the black. And I'm going to go with the second option, where I'm going to spray this red and then tape over it for one very important reason. It's a lot easier, and it's a lot more symmetrical and accurate and even to use the tape, use just a solid piece of tape to do the straight lines for the X than it is for me to try to place 4 triangles or 8 pieces of straight tape to make even X's, right? So it's easier, it's faster, and it's more accurate for me to just use 2 pieces of tape and just go and have the X be there. So that's what I'm going to do. And first things first, I'm going to take burnt red from Vallejo Model Color. I was using black red, but I actually like burnt red a little bit more. And I don't know what me and my replacement pot of black red aren't really getting along right now. So, but burnt red is very, very close. So I'm just going to use that. This is kind of rolling the dice because I'm not masking anything off, but I'm also, it's far enough away from the treads that, I'm not taking a huge risk by by spraying this. You know, I just have to not go totally crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to angle my airbrush down a little bit to try and make sure that if I do get a little squirrely, I'm not spraying it like this, right, where the excess paint is going to go over the top of this and onto the tracks. I'm going to make sure that my airbrush is angled down. So even when I'm spraying the top edge of this, that paint really isn't getting too much further than just the top edge of the sponson right there. So that way I can minimize the risk to the treads. Same thing here, angle up so that I'm not spraying down at the tracks. You just always want to be mindful of not just where you're painting, but where the excess paint is going to go, where the overspray is going to go. And that can save you a lot of headaches down the road because the paint's not confined to just where your airbrush is going. You can see it colors, when you're just spraying, it just colors everything around it. So that's going to dry up pretty quick. That's a nice base color for red. Done and done. Black red's a little darker, but you know, I'm really not concerned at this point. Plus the X's that I painted on the Death Company already have. We're done with the burnt red, so I'm matchy. Now, one thing that is going to be important is going to be shading and highlighting before I take these off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of Drucci Violet from GW. And I'll get into panel modulation some more as I do the highlights on the black armor. And this is going to sound really counterintuitive, but what's going to happen is the outside edge of the sponson is going to be highlighted. And so what that means is the top is at the bottom of the side of the sponson is going to be highlighted because you have to keep light next to dark. And so I'm going to shade the top of this red and do the highlight more towards the bottom. And I know it's counterintuitive, but it'll make sense when the whole thing's painted. So it's just because of how the modulation works, where you're going dark to light, and then you keep dark and light next to each other. So, you know, this will be dark to light, and then the side here will be dark to light, and then the top will be dark to light going up. Same thing on these little kind of brackets here. The very interior edge up to that line will be dark from inside out, dark to light. And then starting at that line going out to the edge here will be dark to light. And then it'll work into the side of the sponson. But that means that the side is going to be dark at the top and lighter at the bottom. And in military modeling, what that's meant to convey is a light reflecting off the ground up at the bottom of the tank. And if you're lighting the tank from in front, you're directly above or something like that, the light's not going to shine, you know, right on the top of everything. So it's an exaggerated lighting, but it looks cool. So that's why I do it. That's a brief explanation. So this is just straight Drucci Violet from GW. This stuff will act weird and cool real quick, so I just want to do real light kind of intro layer here. Very, very light. It's going to have a very minimal effect initially. And then let that dry. Now you can see it darkening it a little bit more. Stuff dries quick though, dries matte, does a really nice job of shading this, so there we go. Now we have a nicely shaded red panel. And that's like, I mean, really, if it comes into effect on, 3 millimeters of the corner of the X, I'll be surprised. But it's worth it's worth the minute and a half that it takes to kind of match the shading of the rest of the tank. It's little things like that that really give a completed and polished look to a tank, to a project like this. So it's just that kind of little attention to detail. Oftentimes you'll see, maybe when somebody's doing those details, they won't shade them the same way, so they don't blend into the lighting as well. Evil Sun Scarlet from GW, my go-to red. I love this red. This is already thinned in the dropper for me. I thinned this when I transferred over the dropper bottle, so it's pretty much ready to go. I love this red. This red is extremely vibrant. Just a brilliant color. I want to leave a little bit of that mid-tone in there, but not a ton. So you can see here on the, I don't know if you can really see, but I got a little bit of red on the tracks here. It's fine. It's fine. Not really worried about it. I mean, ideally, ideally it wouldn't have happened, but. And I'm just going to intensify the red on the lower kind of third here and just make sure it's really strong. And then go over to the other side. Kind of, a little more than halfway up. Just hit it with a little air to dry it out, and then intensify the color on the bottom third or so. Boom. So now we come back here. That's a nicely shaded panel. That's still wet. Hang on. That's why it looks a little wonky. So that's a nicely shaded panel. And it's a little extreme, but like the black at the top to the gray at the bottom of the panel is going to be strong. So that's okay. Plus it's just going to be 2 lines. It's not going to be the whole panel. So having it be a little intense is not a bad thing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to let that dry for a little bit and let the acrylics really adhere and form that kind of hard shell before I start taping. So I'm going to pause the tutorial here, and when I come back, we're going to do some taping. So my favorite part of the hobby is taping. Not really. It's a necessary thing to learn how to do, but it is not my most fun thing. Peeling tape is fun, but the actual taping is not my favorite thing to do in the world. But sometimes you just have to pay the piper and drive us off before I just handle it. Yeah, so I'll have to come back with a brush and just kind of hit the interior edge of these tracks and stuff, so no big deal. But happy with the red, happy with the tracks. Looking a little dark angel-y, but we'll change that. So we'll be right back. We're gonna let this. I mean, the tracks are probably fine to tape up, but I want those panels to be set in stone before we tape it up. So I'll probably let that dry for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. I mean, not long. I'm not talking about letting it dry overnight. Just put it off to the side, work on something else, come back, and it'll be ready to go. So see you in a few minutes. Hey everybody, and we're back. ended up taking a little bit longer break than I anticipated, and that's why I'm wearing a different shirt now. So did let this dry overnight. It's not necessary, but finished up another tutorial last night. So here we are. Going to do the taping on the door, the red X's, and then I'm going to tape off the tracks. So I use Tamiya masking tape to do my masking because it's simply the best. It's a lower tackiness than typical like painter's tape or anything like that. And they also come in a range of widths. So you can get Tamiya tape in varying widths of 10 millimeter, or like 2 millimeter, 3 millimeter, 6 millimeter, 10 millimeter, and I think 18 millimeter. The ones I use the most are 6 millimeter and 10 millimeter. Those are typically what I end up using for most of my masking. I wish I had more of like the 18 millimeter for stuff like tank treads, but the 10 millimeter will work just fine. This is nice because you don't have to try to cut a piece of painter's tape like straight to get a straight line. In this stuff, it really doesn't have, it has way less tackiness than typical painter's tape. It's easy to tear, so it doesn't stick to the model as harshly, and it doesn't peel up paint nearly as often as painter's tape or frog tape or something like that. So I prefer it. It's worth the extra money to me for that peace of mind. So what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at making two X's, or just an X, making two lines. And the 10 millimeter, I think, is just going to be, it's just going to be too wide. So I'm going to use the 6. I don't need this to be super thick. I just need it to like exist, right? I just need it to be there. If it's too thick, it could end up looking unbalanced against the rest of the model. So what I'm going to do, and you can see I've tear a piece off, and then I'm doing this to kind of remove some of that tackiness from the tape. And what I want to do when I'm taping off something like this, I want it to be symmetrical, is I'm going to find benchmarks. Now this is it's a trapezoid, like it's an uneven rectangle, right? But this rivet and this rivet are even, and this rivet and this rivet are even. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up the tape and have the center of the tape go over the center of those rivets. Press it down, make sure it seats completely on the so that is one side. So it seats completely on the panel. Then I'm going to take another little strip of tape. And I can already tell now that that was the right size to use on the panel for that X. That was absolutely the right size. And the reason I'm taking those benchmarks is I want this to be pretty symmetrical, pretty even. The important part is making sure up here that I'm hitting the kind of lower corner of these nubs up here. Whenever I'm doing masking, I try not to involve these little steps, these little like claw hooks. So the idea is when this door drops down, these hooks dig into the ground to make the door what's the word I'm looking for? Stable? Sturdy? I don't So that looks pretty good. So just going rivet to rivet, that's a pretty even X. Now, because we're doing the main body color next, I'm going to get a fresh X-Acto blade here because I want this to be sharp, sharp. Really, really sharp. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut right along like the top of the panel there, because otherwise, obviously that'll block the black, the main armor color. So I want to make sure that the main armor color isn't affected by the overhang on the tape. So we're going to cut off the excess. And if it's not exact, that's fine. I'm going to be weathering this tank, so it doesn't have to be absolutely 100% perfect. Weathering covers a myriad of sins. So if I have to fudge the edges down the line, then that's just what I'll do. But so far, it doesn't look like that'll necessarily be the case. Ooh, that one's a little. Put that one a little close, but that's okay. Plus, like, it's for Death Company, so not the most exacting. What I can do is I can take this little piece that I just cut off the other side, and I can kind of try to put this back and use it to fix that line where I cut it off just a little too aggressive. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to leave that there. And now we have that X. So that X is going to stay red when we spray the black over it. And now we're going to do the other side. And then we'll move on to masking the tracks. Oop, that one's too short. Go this way. Just trying to save a little tape, but tearing it a little shorter, but no, that'll work. There we go. First part. This. There we go. So just right down that line there, right down the bottom line there. And if you're using a new X-Acto blade, this should be really, really easy. And we'll come back and we're going to weather the X's as well. We're going to do a little scratching with black and a little sponging, so it doesn't have to be like that was not even. I rushed that one. But the edges of this are going to fray anyway, over the course of weathering. So again, doesn't mean we have to be sloppy, but we also don't have to be perfect at this stage. But this is sure a heck of a lot easier than trying to mask off these even lines, because otherwise I'd have to be masking like these. I'd have to be masking basically like these triangles, which is way less fun and would take way longer. So get that out of there. That looks pretty good. Happy with that. And now the tracks are really the easy part, but it just takes some time, and it takes kind of a lot of tape. But basically what I want to do is get it so, because we're painting this black especially, get it so it's covering like most. I want to be able to get this lip right here, the top of this lip, I want to be able to paint it black. So, and then just fold this over the tread there, the tear there, it's fine. So this isn't going all the way down. You can see those kind of wheels underneath there are still a little bit visible. That's fine. I'll go back in with a brush. The most important part is maintaining the airbrushing on the top part of the track. So I'm going to come over here. Same thing. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap. And then fold this over. And just do that all the way around. All the way around the tank here. So a little bit of a gap. Fold it over. That. That. Then I'll go through a bunch of tape on like one of these tanks. But I mean, the roll of tape cost me about $3, and the time it's going to save and versus the value of, time spent and the value of the model and the value of getting the result that I want with the model, it's worth $3 to me if I end up using an entire roll of tape. This was less than a roll when I started. I've already used a decent amount off of this roll, but for the right tool, for the right job, this is not, what am I trying to say? This is not the place that I try to, stretch it, save a couple bucks. This is one of those places that, I'll accept the cost because of how effective it is and how valuable it is to me. So just cover up that little spot there. Perfect. Now we go back. Now we go to the inside on the top here and do the same thing. And I think if I'm doing this right, and if I remember correctly, I think it was with this size of tape, but it might have been the other. Yeah, it's the other. I can tell already. Almost. So with the 10 millimeter tape, when you do this, so you can see with the 6 millimeter, it doesn't quite cover. Or excuse me, this is the 10 millimeter. With like the 18 millimeter, if you And that's it. That's totally sealed. Paint's not getting in there. If you do this with the 18 millimeter tape, and what happens is after you fold, so you do this on the sides, and then you fold it over the top, and then just one piece of tape you just run down the middle of these, and you're masked. You're done. Sadly, I forgot to get. I even went to the hobby store today and forgot to get 18 millimeter tape. I got more 6 millimeter tape, which I actually didn't need because I have tons of it. But I forgot to get 18 millimeter tape. So that's what I get for not writing it down. One thing I always recommend to people is to have either just like a notes app note on your phone or a little notebook nearby or something like that. And I use the notes app on my phone, but when you run out of a paint, or even before you run out, when you're running low on a paint, or when you're running low on a hobby supply, just grab your phone and just put it in the app. And then when you're going to, you're making a trip to the hobby store, just check the note real quick. And there's always something on there that I didn't remember. Like, oh yeah, I needed, deck tan or whatever it is, or I need, 18 millimeter tape, not 6 millimeter tape. So I just knew that I wanted to use 6 millimeter today, but I should have checked before I left. But such is life. I'll end up using it, but especially for paints, I've just gotten in the habit of when I notice a paint is running low, like while I'm painting, because it's so inconvenient to just be painting, dum, just kind of rolling along, doing your thing, and then, you run out of that paint that you need, and just all progress just stops, right? So frustrating. And, maybe it's a couple days before you can get to a hobby store, or maybe it's, you got to wait for Amazon or something like that. So, for me, especially like with more esoteric paints, I use a lot of the AK and a lot of Scale 75 and stuff. And, I have to wait for, sometimes, they're even hard to find on Amazon, or, I'll order them through Herrick Games, and that takes a little while to get here. But if I write down those colors when I'm just painting, and I'm like, oh, I'm running a little low, so the next time I go to order paint, I'll just make sure to tack on what I'm low on and just put them off to the side. So that way when I run out, it's really easy to just grab it out of the bin. So that's the track completely taped off, and that is ready to go. The fun thing too is this all just peels right off when you're done painting. So I'm going to do the other track off camera because, it's not that interesting. But so I'm going to do the other track off camera, and then when we come back for the next segment, I'm going to base coat the tank black, and then we're going to talk about panel modulation and doing some highlights. So that's an exciting one. I'm looking forward to that, and I'll get that up soon. But for now, that has been base coating and taping, and we're really just laying the foundation before we get to the really fun part, which is the armor itself. This is exciting because now we're going to do black, and we're going to do panel modulation. So first things first, you're going to just base coat the tank with Vallejo Model Color Black. This is my go-to black. This is the black that I use for pretty much everything besides base rims. It's super matte. It covers brilliantly. It thins brilliantly. It's just a fantastic paint. So this is the black that I use for everything. I love it. Highly recommend it. But I'm just going to do just a full base coat of Vallejo Model Color Black. And then I'm going to use Vallejo Model Air Dark Sea Gray to do the highlights. And Dark Sea Gray is an interesting color. I mean, it's gray, obviously, but it's a little green. It's kind of a green gray. And it's an interesting color because it's very, very soft. It gives a very soft black. And for my Death Company, I really wanted a soft black. I didn't want something really harsh like that just using a pure gray would give you, or a really light gray. I wanted something very subtle. I wanted them to be very, very black. So I'm using this dark sea gray, and then when we get to the edge highlights, you'll see I'm using a much lighter kind of green gray to do the highlighting. So, excuse me. There's a lot of theories about painting black. There's a lot of techniques to painting black. Some people like to paint black so that it looks more gray. There's more extreme highlights. Personally, I really want my black to be mostly black. I want it to rate as black. I want it to look black. I don't like my black to look gray, basically. So how I usually approach black is the majority of this model, I'm going to spray it all black, obviously, but then I'm just going to do one highlight with the dark sea gray and then do a sharp edge highlight before I start the weathering process. So it's going to be a very minimalist approach to painting black, but it gives a very true black finish. It does pose some challenges because weathering doesn't always show up as well on a mostly black. Like if you were to do streaking and stuff like that, it just doesn't show up. But we'll get there. So really excited to show you this approach, kind of a minimalist approach. It's also a very fast approach, and it gets good results. So typically, what I'll do is, I usually use like a blue gray, like dark gray blue is typically what I do for if I'm airbrushing black for the highlight. But for the Death Company, I wanted something a little softer, and I wanted something to have that little bit of green in it because the rest of the army is so red. It's very, very subtle, but they do play on each other. But I just can't wait to show you because I love this scheme. So in the cup, a little bit of water, and then take the Model Color Black. A little bit more. You need to use the end of this. I always have a backup of Model Color Black. Always, always, always. Even if I'm just even questioning whether or not I have a backup, I'll just pick up a pot, throw it in the bucket, because I know I'm going to use it. That is a little thick, so I'm just going to grab some water from my water pot over here. That's a little better. And this is just going to be an overall base coat. So want to make sure that it's a little thick, but it'll be all right. So I want to make sure that I'm not letting the paint build up around the tape. Like I really want to be quick about the taped area, and make sure that I'm not building up paint because it will dry and create. Don't forget these little underneath the little door tines. And another reason I love using Vallejo Model Color Black versus like a black specifically meant for airbrushing is I can just go back with the brush with the black and touch up anything that I need to touch up or do any sponging that I need to do. And it matches perfectly. It just makes life easier. And you see how well this covers absolutely everything. Metallics, doesn't matter. I mean, black typically has good coverage anyway, but this is particularly good. And you can see as it dries just how matte the finish is on that black. Love it. Love it. And we're going to go into the main body of the tank. So after I finish doing this base coat, then we're going to get into highlighting technique that's called panel modulation. And rather than... Okay, this thing's acting up a little bit. Man. I just need my brush to cooperate. There we go. And with panel modulation, rather than like a universal highlight, like just kind of going from the top down, what panel modulation does is it highlights each panel and each segment of the vehicle to have its own highlight and shading. And it's a little counterintuitive, especially once you start getting down to the sides of the model, but the look is outstanding, and it's a fun technique, and it just looks really good. So, and this will be applicable to any model, really. Certainly any kind of vehicle. There's an example already on the Patreon with the Redemptor Dreadnought grayscale tutorial, and also the Space Wolves Redemptor Dreadnought tutorial. Both of those tutorials use panel modulation. And if you want to go back through like the painting group or my Instagram, you'll see a ton of examples. Ah, no! No! Get there. Get there. Ah, the worst. I just need a tiny bit more. Mix so close. That's okay. I'll get over it. If you go through my Instagram, there's a ton of examples of panel modulation. I do it on almost every vehicle I paint. The only exception, I think, being the impulsors that I did, because they didn't even really get shaded beyond just the shading that the oil wash provided. But there wasn't like a deliberate shade with the paint scheme, just because of the way the camo works, which I'll be doing a tutorial on at some point. And just make sure to get down here. This is just kind of hitting the reset button with a color that I can do brush touch-ups with. So we'll just finish off spraying that black. Be done with it. Boom. Okay. Now that the exciting part of the tutorial is over, now we get into some panel modulation. And I'm actually going to explain a little bit about panel modulation before I start spraying paint, because I really want to get into the whys of why panel modulation is the way that it is and why it works. If you look up, it's a military modeling technique, so there are a lot of guys on YouTube talking about panel modulation for tanks especially, and that's how I came across it. MIG does a great little visual. I'll try and find it and post it for panel modulation. And so when you're looking at, typically when you, let's zoom out a little bit, there we go. Sorry. Get the focus back here. Only downside of this webcam is it is garbage at autofocus, so I have to come in and do this manually. All right. Sorry. So typically, so good, so black. It's the other thing I like about the model color black. It's like real black. So typically with universal lighting, what I mean by universal lighting is just kind of a general like light over the model. How I paint Space Marines, for example, is kind of a universal light. It's not directional. You would expect like the top part of this tank to be lighter, and then kind of the top part down here, and then everything down here to be a little darker, and then same on the sides, right? You would go like light to dark, and probably lighter on the outside of this here. What we're going to do with panel modulation is we're going to look at each section of the tank and shade it and highlight it. So even down to like this back part here, this is going to go like darker at the back, lighter at the front. This section here, I'll use this instead of my hands. So this section here will be shaded to the front. This section here will mostly be in shadow. The front of this will get shaded, as will the front part of this here. The front part of this hatch will get shaded, but then it's going to be shadow next to the hatch. The front of this will get shaded. The front of this will get shaded, maybe a little bit up here. And then when we get to the back of the tank, we kind of reverse it, and because you want the light to be on the outside, if that makes sense, and you want the light to be next to dark. So I have an example, so it's not all theoretical. I don't have the Grayscale Redemptor anymore, but as luck would have it, I am working on an Adeptus Mechanicus commission featuring tanks, and I've done panel modulation on the Scorpius Disintegrator. So, and this has been edge highlighted and everything. So what I'm talking about with panel modulation is, you can see this is going to be under a little turret. This is darker. The outside of this turret area, the front, is lighter. The back of this is lighter than the middle, but I didn't do the last highlight on the back part because we're focusing on the front, right? The outside of this top panel, the front part and the outside of this top panel is lighter, and then it goes to dark, and then light, and then dark. And in the middle of this panel is darker, and it's lighter around the edges. And this is where it gets a little incongruous, because the front panel goes from dark to light, where you would expect it to go light to dark. But we remember, we need to keep this dark next to light, right? And what that's meant to show is, like, as you have light right on top of this, this is going to be in shadow, but the light's going to reflect off the ground up onto the bottom of this. You can see how intense that light is on the edges where I've highlighted it. But this is actually in shadow. And it's only the reflection. You can see the shadow being cast down here. That's the reflection from in front of the tank, coming back up and casting that shadow. So that's why we put the light down there. There are notable exceptions. This is a really complex shape to try and highlight because of just how many different angles and how many different panels there are in here. You can see these little nacelles or these little missile pod things. These go from light to dark. This panel goes from light to dark because you really can't. I mean, I suppose you could, but it would be a huge pain. But you really can't go dark and then do light in this crevice and then go dark to light. You're better off just going, but we keep darkness to light, right? And when you look at it from a side profile, it makes sense. So light all the way up to the edge and then dark extending down to light here. Same on the sides, light next to the edge, dark up here, going down to light, dark on the top of this panel, going down to light. So there are some, and then you throw like some cylinders in there and things get super funky, but these are just shaded from dark to light on the outside and then back to dark. So the fact that this is a vertical highlight is what sets it apart from the horizontal highlights on the side of the tank, and that's what has it stand out. Now these, since they're independent and they're hanging out just kind of off the back of the tank, these are done light to dark, as you would expect them to be. Then we get this break on the tank here. This panel, the back side of this panel is light, goes to dark, and then goes all the way to light at the very back of the tank. So it's kind of reversed. You can see everything kind of works to keep the light on the outside of the tank. But that goes back to, this is dark on the main panel, but these hatches are highlighted towards the front, right? So it really makes them stand out. The goal of panel modulation is to make these panels, make each kind of panel in each area really stand out and really be noticed and well defined. So that's why we have these vertical highlights on the cylinders, and then we have these horizontal highlights on the panels, and on the bottom here we highlight these cylinders, and then these circular shapes that are standing above the rest of these get shaded independently. This got shaded independently. Like this is in the middle of a dark area, but the front of this is highlighted. So it takes a lot of practice, but it takes a little, you just kind of have to trust the process and just keep in mind light to dark, light to dark, light to dark, light to dark. I did the same thing on the Thousand Suns Redemptor. Like I have Death Company Leviathan Dreadnought that I'm working on. This has actually been highlighted with the dark sea gray already. That's why I've started on the golds. But you can see, and this is how subtle it is, but you can see dark, light to dark, light to dark. This is lighter up here and goes to dark. There you can see these really well. So on the outside here is light, going towards kind of the top curvature of this panel. There's a wider, kind of softer highlight. That highlight aligns with the highlight here. That is light to dark. And then on top of the missile pod goes light to dark. Head, chest, light, light. Top curvature of this panel goes to dark and then back to light at this hard edge. And then this is pure black going down to a little bit of a highlight of gray just down at the bottom there. So same thing here. This kind of highlight on the curvature goes back down to dark. It's also going dark to light from the back. So this panel is going to go dark to light from top to bottom and lighter on the front of this cylinder. Darker, just black on the back. Then when we get on the back, we get those vertical highlights to define those shapes and a little bit of a horizontal. Legs are lighter at the bottom and darker at the top. So it's a little, like I said, it's a little counterintuitive. because you expect the highest parts of the panel to be the parts that are the lightest, and that's not always the case. The most important thing about panel modulation highlighting is where you start, because that's really going to set the highlights for the rest of the tank. So I know that I need the outside of this to be light. The front part of this I need to be light. The front part of this I need to be light. I'm also planning on putting a nice transfer right there, so I don't need to go too crazy, but this needs to go dark to light. This needs to go dark to light. And then I'll get down here and do some dark to light on these, and then dark to light on these as well. The tops of these corner panels need to be light, the front of this, and then we'll just flow from there. And then on the sides, I need to highlight these kind of chunks up here, and then these individual panels. That's going to be a little tricky, but I'll show you how I do that. And then the outside of this needs to be light, and the outside of this ledge here needs to be light, because when I come down here, this needs to go dark to light. This needs to go dark to light, because if you remember, that's how we shaded the red as well. So this part out here will be light. This part down here will be light. And then I'll do another little tiny bit of light. This is all going to get obscured for the most part by weathering, so I'm not too worried about down here, but I do want to do it. So let's get started. Let the fun begin. And for masking, now most people that take panel modulation quite seriously, they'll use tape, and they'll tape off the front of this, spray, take off the tape, move the tape. I don't like spending that kind of time on stuff like this. So I just don't want it to take that long. So I cut out these bits of, these are like index cards, card stock, and I'll be using these and holding these up to do like, oh, hey, look at that. Just hit that, put another card there, hit that. I have a little stack of these on my hobby desk, and these are what I use to mask just on the fly. So let's get started, shall we? So first things first, I'm just going to hit this hatch. So that's a little much. I don't like, that's a little too much gray. It's fine. I'm probably going to put a red X over that. I'm going to weather the crap out of it. So I'm not too worried about that. But try and be a little easier on the trigger on the next go round. Do the front of this thing. Just real quick. I'm going to hold this up. Just get the front there. And then I also want to get a little bit on these corners, but without hitting that. So I'm just going to angle my cardstock, angle the brush, and you can see I get that nice sharp line without getting onto that lower portion, because we're going to kind of geek out on this a little bit. So part of the fun for me for doing panel modulation is like seeing just how I can get into all these little kind of nooks and crannies and get some highlighting done. So like I'm going to put this here. First things first, I'm going to put this one underneath. I'm going to put this card here, kind of, and then just hit the very corner, bottom corner of that little triangle area there. It's a little heavy. I'm being a little heavy-handed right now, so I'm a little annoyed with myself, but that's okay. I'll show you how to fix that if things go not according to plan because you're just too excited about panel modulation. So get that card in there, get that in there. A little bit on the corner, oversprayed, it's fine. Come back and deal with that later. This is easier. This is just the front of this panel. And I'm just spraying like just a tiny bit on that corner. Same here. Just a little bit on the front of that. Hit that a little bit. I want to get back in here. So I'll just, it's a little much. Fold that. There we go. Now you can see that panel there kind of sticks out a little bit because that recessed area is black. So that's the idea. That's panel modulation in a nutshell. I'm actually going to come up the side a little bit right here as well, just to further define that upper panel. And then I'm going to use the angle of my airbrush. Ooh, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me do this first. Mask off the side, and I'm going to spray, like, I'm going to try and spray as flat as I can across the top of this to get this interior corner. So this corner right here is not something that I can really mask. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mask the side, and I'm going to try and spray as flat as I can across here, so that the excess paint just hits this and it doesn't travel down the front of that panel. So we're going to see how this goes. Most important thing is just to protect that side panel because I need that to stay dark. And just that little tiny bit, and boom, didn't get on the front panel. I'll come in and do a sharp edge highlight right there later, and perfect. This is going to be a little tricky because I'm not left-handed. So if I were ambidextrous, this thing would be a lot easier because there we go. Just a little shot. I don't need it to be crazy. Now coming over here on the back, or not the back yet, sorry. Getting a little ahead of myself. We got that little panel right there. And now we're going to do the back part of the vent and the back of that upper panel. And I'm going to try and spray as flat as I can to get the top exterior of the back panel back there, the lowest panel, the main body of the tank. Pretty good, pretty good. Don't want to get that little raised area right there. Ooh, I almost forgot. In the top of that hatch thing. So that's a great example of how each panel is highlighted, because now the hatch is highlighted and this little panel on top of the hatch is highlighted, but they're highlighted separately. Intensify that a little bit. It's looking a little too gray. So like the top of that is a little too gray for my liking. It's a little too gray. But like I said, I'm going to show you how I fix that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the tank away from me. And now I know that the plow is going to be straightened with a heat gun, because that is not going to work for me. But these two kind of track wheels on the inside, these two knobs are going to be silver. This is going to be silver. What I need is a highlight across the front of this and across the front of that at the same time. So I'm just going to angle this properly. Spray the top of that, spray the top of that. And then I'm just going to spray straight down the front of this tank and kill two birds with one stone. So I got the front highlight on that and the top highlight on that. Then I'm going to spray the bottom of, man, can you even see that behind the dozer blade? So this little kind of segmented part here. Perfect, perfect. I actually hit these little squares here. Okay. Moving on to the back real quick. Vertical highlight on the stacks, vertical highlight on the stacks, and then there's a little line right there. Whoa! Then the top of that little, whatever that is, and then the bottom of this panel here. Done and done. That's fine. It's looking a little gray. Sorry. And also keep in mind that we're going to be weathering it. We're going to be oil washing it. But I will come back and tone down. The top portion. And now this is easy. This, you just stick the card right here. And I'm spraying mostly on the card. I'm just getting a little tiny bit on the edge. Straight edge here. There we go. And then the same coming down the side here. A little light at the top and a little heavier at the bottom. There we go. And then the exterior of this sponson. And then that'll naturally catch the teeth on top of that door. Yep. And then coming down the bottom here, put that card there to catch the excess. It's a little line. It does not have to be a lot. I have a little overspray here that you can see coming down the side. I'm going to need to fix that because it looks a little weird now. I'll also use my thumb to mask. Stay in the bottom of these panels because I want to hit the inside of those a little bit. And then the bottom of this panel. All right. Keep seeing things I want to fix. So we'll just go through that again real quick. So I'm using the card for that flat top, boom, boom, front, boom, front, boom. And then turning this, so I'm not spraying towards the side of the tank. I'm spraying down the side with the card in place. There. That one's more approximate. I can turn it. There we go. Same thing there. Same thing there. Exterior of the sponson spraying away from the rest of the tank. Flip it up. Whoa. Okay, it's just on the tape. Bottom. Bottom. Bottom of that. Bottom of that. Bottom of that. Bottom of that. You can see it kind of rubbing off. A little bit of rub off on the. Not worried about that at all. One of the reasons I use Model Black is I can just take a brush and just whoop, fix that. So there we go. And then now, quick little line on the bottom of the tank, kind of coming up to the wheels here. All right. I think, forgot. That's what I was missing. There's like this natural cutoff at the front of these sponsons here that we should highlight, and then definitely the side of the actual gun mount for the sponson. Vertical highlight on that. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to do a highlight there on these vertical panels here. Just kind of get a little bit more definition on the side of the tank. And I'll go back and do that on the other side as well. That's a little better. That's kind of helping define those. Do this one too. Helping define those shapes a little better. I like it. So let's go back on this side. Spraying towards the sponson. I've already highlighted the sponson, so that's not a big deal. And then this panel here. Oops, come on. That panel there. And then, come on. Come on. There we go. That panel there. All right, that's better. I like that more. And now, always have to do this step. So that's like the first, it's like the first pass, and it looks pretty good. It doesn't look great, but it looks pretty good. But it also looks a little weird, and for me, it looks a little too gray. So we kind of lost that deep black. The thing that really makes panel modulation is not the airbrush highlighting, it's the edge highlighting. Because what happens when you edge highlight, because you edge highlight all over, and your edge highlights really segregate the areas of that you've highlighted with panel modulation. So you really define that dark to light transition, whereas now it's a little soft. Once you get in there and start edge highlighting, it starts to jump pretty quick. Now what I'm doing here is I'm coming back with that Vallejo Model Color Black, but really thin. That's still too thick. Really thin. So this is going to be more of, there we go. You see how thin that is. This is definitely more of a glaze with the black. And I'm going to move. I have like, pro tip, never put in progress models right behind your spray cut. Not smart. They're fine, but just in general, I almost had a heart attack. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take, and you can see how thin this black is. I'm going to take this and I'm going to knock down some of these highlights that I don't like. They're just too, and just like that, That's it. You see how much nicer that is? With the, it's like this one's a little much. This one's a little extra on top there. Boom. Now these are shaded nicely. Like that's a nice highlight. It's defining the shape, but it's not like, hey, I'm gray. I've been highlighted. My painter has a heavy hand. Like this panel back here is like entirely gray. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go on the back and just boop. Let that dry. And now we have, come on, dry. Now we have just that little bit at the end that's still gray. Magnifique. Now this, I'm going to turn the tank, and again, I'm going to try and spray. This is a little extra, but I'm trying to spray the top. There we go. Ah! Too much. That's all right. That highlight was a little ambitious anyway. Let's see if I can do better on this side. There we go. So just kind of tone down those corner pieces. And then now, this is tricky. This is a part that I don't love. I have to try and deepen the shadow between the front of this panel and the front of this thing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my thumb. I'm basically going to start spraying. Come on. Start spraying on my thumb and just kind of like whoop, a little bit. And this is black, so you really don't need. You don't need to do much. You don't really have to build this up for this to kill the highlight. Ha-ha! Perfect. Now I'm going to kill this one a little bit. There we go. Look at that. That is nice. That I killed it a little much, but I'm going to chip the shit out of this, so I'm not worried about it at all. Because this is like the lead edge of the tank holding crazy people and driving right in the middle of the battle. So like the front of this tank is going to be just chipped and scratched to all get out. So I'm not overly concerned that I went a little too, there was an overcorrection on that front edge. I wanted the whole thing to kind of look like that, but you can see with the front, oh, you know, but it's fine. It's the kind of thing that, it's 100% the kind of thing that only you will know. Nobody would ever look at your tank and say, oh, gee, you know, the panel modulation is really nice up here, except for you kind of fudge that middle part. But that's, you know, the price of being a painter. our own worst critics. Now, I don't know if you can even see this, but there's a little overspray right there where I was doing the, so I'm just going to come in here and just, whoop, done. Another great thing about painting black. This interior panel here got a little extra love, so hit that. I'm going to hit that. Now I'm going to angle this up, and I'm going to clear the highlight that I don't like off the edge of that. There's a little air. All gone. Now I know, like when you look at it from the side, that not having a highlight on there is just not making a ton of sense right now. But trust me. And then when you look at it from the front, it starts to make a little bit more sense. And I'm actually going to come in here because I don't want these to just be gray. I'm going to come in here and just spray that joint where this side panel of this meets the main hull of the tank. I'm just going to spray right in that corner. Whoa, that was a little much. And just darken that area a little bit. And what that does is it just leaves, the shadows are a little wonky here, but it just leaves a thin line at the very edge, but the main color again is black. So that's what we're going for. This highlight's a little much, it's a little sloppy. I can see a little overspray, so I'm just going to go a little bit on the inside here. And this is something that I do on most paint jobs, really, when I'm airbrushing. Sometimes I'll have to work the progression a couple times. Sometimes I'll be doing this. And when I say work the progression, I mean base coat, mid-tone, highlight on, you know, other colors than black. But sometimes I'll have to come through and I'll have to work the progression 2 full times to get a nice blend and get all the shadows where I want them. I'm going to spray this sideways into this edge. This highlights a little more than I wanted to do. Angle this up, just catch that top edge right there, boom. Catch the front of this. And this is just corrective, this is like corrective airbrushing. And this is a really valuable skill. This is an extremely valuable skill to develop because one of the things this does, get that, deepen the size of this again. Come on. There we go. Sorry. Okay. So this is a really valuable skill to develop because what it does is it takes a lot of the pressure off needing to nail every highlight the first time. Like the first time I did those highlights, they didn't have to be perfect. They just had to be, I had to get the highlights where I wanted them. The mid and the shadow, which is just black, it didn't have to be perfect. I didn't have to nail that panel modulation the first time out because I knew I was going to come back with black, very thin, which is the key, because the thinner the paint, the more transparent it is. And black is not a very transparent color in general, but when you thin it way down, what that's going to do is it's going to ease that transition because it's going to be just a little bit transparent and you're painting over the gray, so it's just going to ease that transition a little bit. But it takes the pressure off because I know for a fact I can come back and fix that. I can come back and correct that. I will come back. It's not even like, I don't even think about it like, well, if I have to, I'll come back and correct it with the black and correct it. I just go in knowing the steps are going to be base coat black. That the steps are going to be base coat black, highlight dark sea gray, and then glaze with the black. That's just the price of doing business. That is just one of the steps of painting. Like on the Scorpius tanks, I came back, I did the progression, and then I came back with this dark Prussian blue and magic blue mix, really, really thin, and reinforced did the same thing, sprayed down here, sprayed up here, sprayed the sides of these. So just deepened and redefined all those areas. And it helps to keep the shadows and keep that really high contrast, which is another key to panel modulation is that contrast. So it gives yourself the space to not be perfect the first time around, and that's extremely valuable because it just takes a lot of the pressure off. So since these are tank tracks, and I'm not really worried about it, I'm going to start on the bottom. I'm just going to cut this tape with a hobby knife. So if I scratch a little paint, really not worried. Got a little peel pouring here. So really, I just, come on. Ah. There we go. Oh, come on. I'd like to just pull all of these off, but I don't know if the tape is necessarily going to quite. There we go. Oh yeah. One of my favorite parts. And now you see we still need, you see that you really see that red now on the tracks, but we still have to come in and paint a bunch of metallic stuff on, especially on top. So that's neither here nor there. We'll just do that at the same time. That'll be next time on Adventures in Armored Proteus Painting. We're gonna paint some metallics. One of the other things I love about painting black or painting, I guess, Death Company vehicles in general, they paint up super quick. Like I showed that Leviathan's like on its way to being done. Just because the palette is so limited. Death Company themselves, not so much, because they have so much flair with all the trinkets and the ropes and the skulls and the X's and all that stuff. But Tank doesn't have that. But we're going to do a lot of weathering and stuff, so. By comparison, they paint up real quick. Don't worry, this isn't going to be like a 25-hour tutorial. This will be much, much, much closer to 8. If that, I'd be surprised if this takes me 8 hours. Okay, now the moment of truth. Now the real test. Pick a corner. Oh, yeah. Might open. Oh, yeah. Woo! Look at that. Death Company in the house. It was so much easier than trying to do it the other way. And I kept the black pretty thin, so. That's a bummer. I'll take that, though. I'll take that right at the edge. Little bit of peeling. Right on the corner. Just a tiny little spot. I will absolutely 100% take that over something in the middle because, again, I'm going to weather this. So I'm going to scratch it. I'm going to chip it. So that's freaking cool. That is a cool tank. The only thing about this tank is that you can't see those from the front. So when this thing's rumbling towards you, you can't see those red X's on the doors. Those are just on the sides. But I thought about putting one in here, but again, I talked through that on the masking stage. I think it'll be fine to like put one up here. I should have done one like right through this. I should have done one there. Oh well. I'm sure it'll look fine. All right. Now we are ready for part 3. Paint some metallics. But I'm super stoked with this. I know the panel modulation is a little weird right now, where it's all highlighted down here. But when we come back and we edge highlight the top here, because the top's going to be catching light, right? That's the combo. The combo is the panel modulation with the lead edge highlighting is really when we just go, and you can see it. I'm going to keep using that. Need more props in my life, but you can see it here, especially like you see that lead edge highlight. Like I didn't highlight this bottom edge I didn't edge highlight this bottom edge where the panel is highlighted. I edge highlighted the top edge, and that panel is like, that is a separate panel. This is a separate panel. This edge highlight here, the light stops right there. Boom. That's another panel. That's another panel. Right. This panel is nicely identified. Same thing on the side. Right. So it's a really striking technique. And we're off to a great start. We are off to a great start. So next thing, we're just, meat and potatoes, just going to go through and block out a bunch of metallics. I'll wash and shade some metallics, or excuse me, wash and highlight some metallics, and then, you know, transfers and weathering. I mean, this thing is going to move freehand transfers and weathering. And by freehand, I mean paint a couple X's here or there. I don't mean, you know, we're not doing like a winged skull on the side or something. Maybe one day. So that's it. That's panel modulation in a nutshell. Again, if you want some more explanation and some more, maybe a little bit less complex subject than the Lamrator Proteus, the Redemptor Grayscale tutorial goes into panel modulation, the Leviathan tutorial, the Space Wolf Dreadnought tutorial, pretty much all the vehicle tutorials. And I will be doing a grayscale tutorial for a repulsor tank, which I'll go over this again. So it's really important. It's really a great skill to have. And it makes painting tanks really fun and easy. If you just, like, literally this is all this tank is going to get, is that highlight and an edge highlight, and it's going to be awesome. Today we're going to be covering painting the metallics and getting a little bit of texture going on the tracks and things like that. So I took the liberty off camera of base coating and washing the metallic elements. I actually forgot to wash the smokes. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. I forgot to wash the smokestacks, so we'll just do that real quick. But it's not real compelling television to just base coat stuff. So I figured it was not going to be lost. This is just null oil. I'll go over the paints in a second. I figure I was not losing much by opting to just do that off camera. So we'll keep the tutorial shorter and more interesting, because highlights are more interesting than base coating. So we'll just focus on the highlights, focus on developing some texture on the tracks. The tracks I didn't wash, so I did a base coat on all the rest of the metal of the burnt iron from Vallejo Metal Color. Just did like gun barrels, these kind of metal parts in here, the plow, which I still need to straighten out, or not. And then, you know, the exhaust, and then these vents and stuff. So pretty standard fare. And then the Lascannons, I went ahead and base coated those elements and washed those. Now I do kind of coppery brass on the. This Lascannon barrel is all tweaked out of shape too. So I'll show you real quick the benefits of having a heat gun on hand. It's a little better. And I'll heat up this front. You just want to make sure to get kind of the top and bottom of whatever it is you're bending, kind of warm it up wholesale, and then look at, I mean, you can see how wiggly that becomes when you've heated it up, and you just kind of move it into place, and then as it cools, it'll just stay there. So, there, they're all straight again. Perfect. Even with paint on them, it doesn't matter. So, one of the big advantages versus like trying to use boiling water or something. Can't recommend it highly enough. I think it costs $15. So, I'm just going to go through the metallics real quick, and then move on to the next segment where we do a little bit of freehand X's, which I'm looking forward to. But this tutorial is going to be these things. One of the things I do love about painting vehicles is they do paint pretty quick. So this is Vallejo Game Color Tinny Tin. And I'm just going to do these coils. Some people do OSL on these. I don't really like that. But I'm not a big, as you probably figured out by now, I'm not a big OSL guy. So I prefer to do a little bit more subtle. And it just provides a nice contrast color-wise. So I actually don't think there's going to be any gold. There might be a gold transfer here or there, but there's not going to be really. There's not going to be any gold paint on the model versus like Death Company Infantry and the Death Company Leviathan Dreadnought that I'm also working on alongside this model. There's a lot of gold. Oh, easy peasy. And now while that's drying, I'm going to go ahead and take some metal colored dark aluminum. And this is a pretty bright, it's like a medium silver. It's going to look bright because the previous kind of silvery steel color is so dark. But I'm just going to focus on kind of the high points. I'm going to try and get some of this off the brush because I don't want it to go on too heavy, but I'm just going to focus on kind of the front high points of these cylinders here. And then just leave them because oil wash will do a little work on these, and some weathering will do a little work on those. So I really don't need to get. They're really a background. I really don't need to get crazy on this, but there we go. That second. This stuff is so thin. That second coat really gives a nice highlight without having to like switch paints or anything. So it's just a nice look, and we'll highlight kind of the arms here, but I'm going to use a sponge to do most of the ram itself. So I'm going to skip that. Just get the top of the cylinder on the gun barrels there. I'm going to leave those little vents alone. I don't care about those really. And then just using the side of the brush, I'm going to highlight the tops of these vents. These will get some inks, some exhaust, soot with inks. So that's neither here nor there. I made a little mistake there. I'll just hit that with black when the time comes to start touching things up. So same with the exhaust stacks in the back. Just working side to side. The important thing is I want to keep those ridges. I want to keep the separation between the three, kind of the shape is like three stacked cylinders. So I want to keep that. So I'll just move side to side, move around there, boom, boom, boom. Just hit the, I hit the vent, lucky me. Thought I hit the side of the tank, but no. Fortune favors the bold. There we go. Coming around the front a little bit. And again, the oils and stuff and the soot weathering that I do is going to pretty much obscure a lot of that. So, yeah, we'll leave those black. This is really an exercise in kind of less is more on the whole. Just because I really want to keep everything pretty toned down. Now what I'm going to do is got a little ahead of myself. So these gun barrels, again, just really focusing on kind of the top third of these. So if you look at the bottom, still pretty dark, but on top it's nice and shiny. So just giving that contrast. And I'm using, you can see, just like a really busted up older brush to get that texture on those metallics. So don't want it to be totally smooth. I want to have a little bit of interest there. Done. Start at the top, get down a little bit, and then just come down the side just a little bit. Like impatient about getting to the edge highlighting stage and then do a little bit of weathering. I really can't wait to get to the part where we weather the tracks. Now you notice I didn't wash the tracks at all. Tracks are just airbrushed. I'm not going to wash the tracks. I'm just going to wash them with the oil wash because they're going to get weathered anyway. And I'm not really going to gain much. I'm not going to gain much at all by weathering the tracks. It's just not, or by shading and highlighting the tracks more than just by doing it with the airbrush. And now I'm getting a little bit of that dark aluminum. I'm getting a little bit of that dark aluminum on the sponge, and I'm just going to concentrate on the edges, kind of outside edges of the tracks. And there, you can see there, it shows up more in person, but you can see there that little bit of texture on the side, and that's all I'm really going for. I'm going to leave the middle part of the track darker. I'm not going to go down the middle on the bottom because I'm not going to go on the bottom. Boop, boop, boop. There, you can see that, how it's just kind of confined to the edges. And that's all I really want. The middle of the tracks are really going to get the majority of the pigment weathering and such, so I don't have to waste time there. I'm definitely not one of those people that's like, oh, it has to be fully painted before you can do weathering. I can actually skip whole sections of painting because I know they're just going to get covered up by weathering later. And that helps me be more efficient. So, and a lot of times that's the name of the game for me. And it's just, working smart. Spending time where it's important to spend time versus where you can skip it and you're not really missing much. It's a little heavy, but again, we're talking about tank tracks here. I'm not going to use my mind over tank tracks. But the pigment weathering and such on the tracks that we're going to do later it's fun. It looks good, but it's also a very effective way to integrate tanks, which for the most part aren't on bases, into your basing scheme for your army and tie them in with your army. Pigment weathering on the tracks is a really good way to do that. And then I'm just going to sponge this dozer blade here and just kind of go maximum texture, because this thing will be just absolutely beat to heck. So it's going to be that kind of brighter bare metal look. And I don't want it to be even at all. I want it to be... So that's a pretty fierce blade there. And you can see it's very, very subtle. on the texture, but it comes across a little bit more in person. Now I'm going to take this gold, what I call a gold wash, which was stolen from, I think, Dave Taylor Miniatures, like modified from Dave Taylor Miniatures. It's a mix of P3 brown ink, Secret Weapon Miniatures amethyst, and Nuln oil. And this is the wash that I use for all of my brass. The brown ink is a really red brown, so that works with the brass really well. The amethyst gives a little purple. And then the Nuln oil makes it a little darker and also makes it more matte. Because neither the brown ink or the amethyst from Secret Weapon are very matte. The brown ink's very satin, actually. So adding the Nuln oil kind of has a double dip of making it more matte and darkening it. So it makes it a more effective wash. Because then we get that matte, shiny contrast. As it dries, that'll dry pretty quick. While that's drying, I'm going to get some model colored black onto the palette. And I'll just come over here real quick and touch up around this vent, even though like it's pretty unnecessary because this is going to get covered. A lot of this is just going to get obscured by the soot kind of ink weathering stage, but just for peace of mind right now. And then I'll come in here, and then while that's drying, I'm just going to base coat the elements of the gun black. And then by the time that I'm finished doing this, the brass will be ready to highlight, and then a quick edge highlight on the black parts, and the guns will be done. So real quick, I may cross that bridge when we get to it. That's a good idea, actually. Do a little bit of sponge chipping on the edge of the barrels, on the guard up at the front there, because that would get some impact. That would get some wear and tear, a little unwanted attention, being the leading edge on the side of the tank. So want to make sure to acknowledge that. Sometimes what will happen is I'll do weathering on, when painting in sub-assemblies like this, I'll do weathering on a lot of the parts of the vehicle, but I'll forget like the end of these barrels or something like that, and I'll think I'm done and I'm putting it together, and then I'm like, that doesn't really look right because the weapons are all shiny and clean, and the rest of the tank is like beat to hell. So I'll have to go back and just do a little bit of sponging. It's not a big deal. So, and the black that I do, or the highlight that I do on the weapons, is different from the highlight I do on the armor. It gives it a little bit different look. And it helps differentiate it a little bit from just the armor in general. So come out here, paint these. Let's see what's going on here. There we go. go. Perfect. Coming back over here. When I'm painting like this, a lot of time I'll jump back and forth between elements of the gun, elements of the tank, just to keep moving and not really be waiting for anything at any one point. Trying to be quick here. Went on and on about how interesting watching somebody base coat something is, and then just went ahead and base coated something. So, my apologies. So now I'm going to go back to the brass with Game Color Brassy Brass. And, whoa, hey. Okay. The lid stayed in there. Not convenient, but I don't need that much paint, so I'm just going to take it out of there. This is a really simple, just kind of 3 base coat wash highlight scheme, but the colors work really well together. So focusing at the very top and then coming down the side, coming down the side, and we have a nice little brass, some coils, nothing special. And these are the kind of recipes that you develop, and like every Lascannon coil that I've painted for like 4 years has been painted this exact same way. Just because it works and it looks good. And it's one less thing that I have to figure out or think about when I'm painting a unit, painting a bunch of tanks or something. So it saves time, energy, mental energy, by just having those kind of go-to recipes. Done and done. Got a little bit on the black there, no problem. Move it there. Okay. Check this other one. Looks good. Move it there. Okay. Now I'm going to grab intermediate blue, and this is what I use for edge highlighting black on like weapons, like we're doing now. Model color intermediate blue. It's a very gray blue, but it just gives a really, really nice, sharp highlight, and it's more interesting than just using, basic like gray, whitish gray. And I'm really not. So now, yeah. I was going to say it's time to decide which side these will go on, but I'll just highlight both sides because I'm not losing my mind over Lascannon highlights, and then we're going to do a little sponging action on the. Whoa, hey! Just lick my finger and just wipe that right off, and move on to the next one while that dries. Just make sure you get that front edge. Get a nice. Nice highlight on that front edge. Yeah. Okay. Come back over here. Real quick. And make sure to get the casing itself. Try not to draw. I really don't want to draw any attention to the guns. Like the guns are just there. They're not really like a feature, even though they're the only. Well, that and the heavy bolted. But so when we put these in here, like that copper's really gonna, or that brass is really gonna show up. The metal will get toned down a little bit with the oil wash because I'll oil wash these too. Oops. But you know, looks pretty good. I'll straighten this one out too. It's being a little weird. Yeah. Little sloppy. Little sloppy. But, again, it's fun. Not at all. Concerned. Thin. Thin. Okay. Couple more highlights, and then we'll do a little bit of sponging, and these will be finished, and I can put them off to the side and come back to them just at the very end when I glue them in. But before we do the sponging, I'm going to try and straighten this out while I'm thinking about it, so that it doesn't kind of surprise me again at the end. It's never fun to get to like the end of a project thinking you're done and then have something like that just kind of lingering when you go to put it together and you're like, oh yeah, that Lascannon was all out of whack. I better fix that. So this is so weird. And then on the middle here, there we go. That's better. That's a little too low now. That's better. So now when I put that in, that's much better. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another little piece of foam. There we go. Get a little bit of that intermediate blue. Around the front. Ooh, hey, that was, wow, that was a lot. And a little bit down the sides, but we can fix that, and I will show you how. A little bit down the sides, so focusing on the front, and then just a little bit down the sides. Ooh, that was a lot too. There we go. Now I'm going to get another little piece of foam. That was too small. I'm not using tweezers right now, so that was too small for the fingers. So now I'm going to go back and get some of that black that I have on the palette as well. And that's where I'm going to come back and do that second layer of chipping to kind of tone down come down that first layer a little bit, like especially on areas like that. I can just hit that with a little bit of the black that I have on the sponge, and it'll just show it right out. It doesn't have to be much. You don't have to go crazy with it, you know. These are drooping now. These are going to drive me crazy for eternity. I can already tell. I can already tell. Mine's playing tricks on me. All right, so done with the metallics. Next up, we're done with the metallics. We're done with the guns. You can see a little bit of chipping, and we're going to be doing that a lot more on the tank in general, chipping and scratching. But even just sticking the guns in like that, we can start to see a little bit of the finished product, which is always exciting. So guns are done. Metallics are done for now until we do the oil wash and weathering and all that. And it's looking pretty good. Pretty stoked with this so far. Next segment, I'm going to do some X's and I think map out some transfers. And that way, when we're done with that step, we can move straight into like edge highlighting and weathering. So I don't even know. Nah, we'll talk about it in the next segment. So thanks for your support. Thanks for checking out the tutorial. If you have any questions, please leave a comment so that everybody can see the answer. And again, thanks for your support. And we'll see you again soon for part 4 when we start painting some X's and doing some transfers. Today we're going to do the red, kind of freehand a little red X on the top hatch here. That's really, I don't really see another place to do it. And I'll talk through that a bit, and then we're going to hit it with some transfers real quick. So it's kind of the last, really the last detailing stage before edge highlighting, and then moving on to weathering from there. So it's coming along. So as we've already talked about, we already know these red X's for the Death Company are really like the iconic, I wouldn't say heraldry, but really the iconic heraldic element of the Death Company is this black armor with the red X's is really unique in 40K, and it definitely makes that unit stand out as Death Company. So really want to reinforce that. Like I said before, when we were painting the panels, we were airbrushing the panels, the only bummer about like how this model is laid out is from the front, it's not really going to look like Death Company. It's just going to look like a black Land Raider because you can't see those red X's from the front. You can only see them from the back and from the sides. But from the front, you can't really see that it's Death Company, but that's okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to find a spot. If this panel were flat, like if this round thing here weren't there, I'd do a nice big X on there. I could do one down here, but I'm going to put a transfer there instead. We're going to leave this blank because you can't really have a transfer here and an X there. That would just be too busy. One of the things that's very easy to do with Death Company is just to overdo it and have it just look way too busy and way too convoluted. So transfer here, nothing there. This is just too complex a shape up here to do an X over cleanly with the different elevations and this inset area here and the different shapes. It would just look like a mess, even for something as simple as an X. But there is a nice spot on this hatch here where we'll just do an X on there. And I kind of like that too, because that's like anywhere that somebody would come out of the tank is marked with a red X. So the hatch and then the 2 doors for entry and exit are all marked with the red X. So that fits, right? Then we're going to do just a nice, this really cool transfer from the Forge World Horus Heresy transfer sheet for the Blood Angels. This kind of skull filigree fits perfectly right there. So we're going to put that on there. And then just a real simple, like 9th Legion Roman numeral there. And then a little skull dripping blood drops here, which also matches. So that transfer, this is cool. I love this kind of thing. So that transfer is this little skull kind of dripping blood, and we're just going to put it right there just to have a little more flair. But it also matches the knee pad of the Blood Angels Leviathan Dreadnought from Forge World, which I'm also painting up in Death Company colors. So that'll kind of help tie these 2 Forge World pieces in together. I've already done a Leviathan, so I'm not doing a tutorial on this one, but I am working on it alongside the Land Raiders, so could show that off. But that'll be a cool element to tie this Land Raider in with the Leviathan using a little bit of heraldry. It's something super subtle, and it's something probably nobody will notice if I don't point it out to them. But I'll know it's there, and I think it's cool. So, works for me. Now the X is going to be pretty simple because we're going to end up chipping it and weathering it, so it doesn't have to be anything super crazy. We're going to use Vallejo Model Color Burnt Red as the base because it has really good coverage and it's nice and dark. And just get a sharp brush, and I want the middle of the X to be like right around there. Somewhere in there, roughly. It's not going to be even because I really don't want to clip. I really don't want to clip these corners, so it's just a question of like how shallow do I. There we go. So it's mostly a question of how shallow do I want to go? Do I want to go? How shallow or steep do I have to go to get that X and not clip those corners, right? So if I go this steep, the center of that X is going to be a little lower versus if I go a little bit more shallow and I go across like that, that X is going to be a little more even. So it looks like I'm going to come out. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw straight line. I need this to be thinner. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a straight line from the corners. Come on. Just to kind of get a baseline. That looks like it's going to work pretty well. The thing about painting straight lines is you have to be fearless. And you have to just put your brush and pull. If you go slow, you're going to wobble. And if you wobble, you're going to get uneven lines. So you just have to go. Thin paint, that's pretty straight. Thin paint, steady hand, bracing the hand on the tank. So all I'm really doing is just moving this north and south. But you don't want to hesitate. You just want to place the brush and pull through. If you try drawing a a straight line on a piece of paper with a pen. Try drawing a straight line really slow, and then try just going from point A to point B. And it's the same thought process. It's the same result. Is now I can come up here and widen this a little bit because it's a little thin. Because you really just you cannot be timid with trying to paint a straight line like this. You just have to own it. You just have to go for it. Because if I were moving slow, this would be 7 kinds of wobbly. Right, so that's the basic shape, and now I want to make it thicker. I want a little bit more substantial line on there. But not too much. One of the things that ends up happening sometimes when you like keep trying to correct it, is you end up with just like a way bigger line than you originally planned on or anticipated. But the nice thing about this too is that it is on black, so we can just go back and touch it up with black if we really want to, but I really don't want to. I just want to have it be red and be happy. So that works. It's like so lonely up there though. That's just I wish there was a better place to put another X, but there isn't. Evil Sun Scarlet. See what it looks like when the transfers are on. I think that'll help a lot. And I know I made that look easy, but it's just a matter of practice. And it's really, what it really is just having that mentality of, I'm going to paint this line and just paint the line. You can't hesitate. You can't waffle and be like, wow, I really hope this line is straight. You just have to draw the rest of the owl. But it's just how the human brain works. It's much easier to draw a straight line if you're not thinking about it. If you're just going from point A to point B. We've got to let that dry. It's getting a little streaky. And this is the hard part, is going over it like multiple times. But the thin coats are important to getting a nice finish. And it's important to painting a straight line, because if we just try to do this with just a thick paint, I'm being impatient now. Shit. That's why the middle is kind of messed up. It's because I keep painting over like still wet paint and pulling it. It's not good. There we go. That looks pretty even. Pretty even. And then I'll come back and just chip the hell out of it, which helps the eye kind of break up any irregularities, inconsistencies. Pretty good. Happy with that. Still bummed that it's the only one that I'm doing, but if I decide after the transfers, or if I get like a moment of inspiration or something, I can always just add another one or two. So now I'm going to do some transfers, and for that, I'm going to get. I've already cut the transfers out of the sheet. I already selected the transfers. Now what I'm going to do is on my cutting mat here, I have the transfers already. There they are. I'm going to fold up a piece of paper towel. I'm going to get it a little wet. And then, so these are the 9th Legion markings. Skulls dripping blood. Always a good choice for blood angels. And then the main filigree skull. And what that does, it keeps me from having to fish around in water for the transfers. The backing paper is going to soak up the water and release the transfer from the backing paper, and I can just pick it right up off the paper. It's not going to go anywhere. So while that's happening, I'm going to grab Liquitex Gloss Varnish. Don't need much. And I'm just going to gloss varnish the areas where I'm going to have a transfer. So right under there. Oops. Hope if I get this on camera. This is the whole point of this endeavor, right? Transfer right there. Right on the front there. Under there. And over there. Perfect. Excuse me. And now I'm going to grab the indispensable tools for doing transfers. Micro set and micro sole, except no substitutions. These are the best, period. And they're cheap and they last forever. So when I'm doing transfers, I use, of course I cannot. Where'd it go? There it is. No, that's not it. There it is. These are really old, kind of size 1. It says size 1, it's really closer to size 2 brush. But I don't want to use anything hard. I don't want to rip the transfer. I don't want anything to happen to it. So what I'm going to do, move that off the side so I don't knock that over. Check. So I'm going to come over to my paper towel here. I'm going to check and see if those transfers have released. They have. Those are ready to go. So I'm going to come over here, dip my brush into the micro set. Brush a little on the area Pick up one of these skull blood drop transfers. Center it right there. Nope, pretty happy with that. And then kind of brush this back. This stuff does evaporate, so there we go. Pick up one of these 9th Legion transfers. I'm using gold because I'm not painting anything gold on this tank, and there's a lot of gold in the rest of the army, so I want to use that to tie in. I could use red if I just really wanted to hit the red and black aesthetic really, really hard. I could just use red transfers instead of gold, but I do want it to tie in with the rest of the army. I mean, more than it will just by being Death Company. You know, just it's little things like that that help bring all the elements of an army together, even if they're different schemes. Ooh, come on. So what the micro set's going to do is it's going to affix. Come on. Pick up some of that micro set there. There we go. It's going to affix the transfer in place. And then the micro soul is pushing on the top of it just to center, just to make it. Ooh, see, it's already starting to soften. Son of a gun. There we go. Just to make it parallel. Too much. And this is why I like using the brush, because it's very easy on the transfer itself. Still too far. There we go. There we go. Now that microset. So I can kind of manipulate it for a little bit. On bigger transfers, that gets a little harder to do. And the longer you mess with it, the more likely you are to mess up the transfer. So you really want to try to nail it on your first go around. But easier said than done. It also just comes with experience. Done thousands and thousands of transfers, so nice micro soul. Pick up this and just really try to nail this one on the first. Haha! I think that looks. So I can soak up that extra down at the bottom here. And kind of check it. Oh yeah, it's pretty darn close. Woo. Yeah, that's pretty close. You can see it's starting to wrinkle a little bit on there. That's the micro set. Dissolving it a little and letting it adhere and kind of do its work. So we're going to let it do its work for a second. Clear off the backing paper off the paper towel because we're going to be using this paper towel in a minute. And then microsole. The microsole softens the transfer and makes it malleable, and this is what gets the crinkles out. It's what gets them to roll over on curved surfaces. So you do need to use both. There we go. I'm going to let that work its magic. This is exciting. I love the transfer step because then it's really, you can really see things start to come together. And now, you know, you can see we have some shared elements between these two once I do the red on this guy, especially. But there's some shared elements there that will translate through all the Death Company in the army. The infantry obviously have a bunch of red X's and stuff and skulls and all that fun stuff, but that's most of that's all sculpted on except for the Death Company intercessors. But I use pads and packs and anyway. So really, even if you're doing an army and you have kind of these little sub forces within the army, which is one of the things that really attracted me to Blood Angels in the first place. But like if you're doing Dark Angels or something, or especially Chaos, and you have different elements that you want to paint within the army, like let's say you're doing Alpha Legion, but you want to add some Night Lords or something, even though they're not going to be the same armor color, and they may not even have some of the same detailing. One of the things you can do is you can use common golds, common silvers, common bone or red or islands color or something like that to still tie them in to the main force where there's like this shared palette. When it starts to look a little busy is when you get just all different colors on all different elements of the army. So what I'm doing with this paper towel now, and you can see it on that main transfer, see how all those wrinkles are gone? Like just gone. The micro soul will dissolve it a little bit, but it's not just going to like flatten out and be all happy just all on its own. Sometimes it needs a little help. You can use a brush to do it. I do this because it's faster and it works better, I think. You just apply a little bit of pressure and then roll over the transfer to flatten it out. It's a calculated risk. Every 150 transfers, maybe, something will go wrong and it'll like crack a transfer just because I put pressure on the wrong place. Maybe every 150 transfers. So, which pales in comparison to the time that it saves me. So it's a calculated risk, but it's one that I'm more than happy to take because it saves me so much time and it gets such a nice finish on the transfers. Now I'm coming back with the Liquitex. Doing a nice coat of the gloss varnish. And what this does is, this is really, really, really important. So this does a couple different things. One of the things this does is kind of fills in the edges of the transfer, because even though the transfer's been kind of softened, it's still sitting on top of the paint. There's still a difference in elevation between your paint and the transfer. And so what that means is there's a lip, and the goal is to get a seamless transfer so that it doesn't look like you're not looking at it, you don't see the outline, right? That's the ultimate goal to doing transfers, is not to get that outline. So one of the things that putting the gloss varnish over does is it helps to kind of fill in around the edge of the transfer on like a really microscopic, I don't know about microscopic, but kind of microscopic level. There's not going to be that lip really. The gloss varnish is going to fill that in. The other thing that it does is it gives the matte varnish that we're about to put on it an even material and an even texture to react to and to cover. Instead of, like, if I were just to matte varnish that, the matte varnish would go on paint, transfer material, paint. And it would react differently. And that's how you get like foggy transfers. And that's how that happens, is it's the matte varnish reacting to the transfer material versus the paint. So by gloss varnishing over the transfer material, The matte varnish is just reacting to gloss varnish, which we do all the time, and it just makes it matte. So it's not reacting to anything different. It's just reacting to gloss varnish. And so that combination of filling in around the edges of the transfer and having the matte varnish reacting with varnish instead of reacting with the transfer material just makes it seamless, theoretically. Like that. Perfect. Like even with the light and everything, like there is no. And poof, gone. Gone. Just magic. I love doing transfers. All the effort that I could have put into doing freehand, I put into doing transfers really well, and that's why. Because that took 10 minutes, maybe, if that, and I'm done. Would have taken me more than 10 minutes to freehand just the one of those little chapter symbols. So, and I like this now. Like that X isn't all lonely. This is a cool transfer. I really like this one. The skull and the filigree. That's a little blood drop down there. Got a couple little details on the side. I'm glad I put that little element there. That's good. Little Ninth Legion. So, Forge World transfers are also really high quality. They're the highest quality transfers that I've come across. I know military modeling companies and like Gundam companies and stuff have really, really high quality transfers. The Games Workshop box transfers now are good. They're really good. You can always tell because the symbols will be like individually printed transfers instead of just a sheet with a bunch of images on it, which is usually what you get from companies that do custom transfers and stuff. The best company for custom transfers that I've ever used is Fallout Houses. Their transfers are really high quality too. But if it's not a real high quality transfer, it'll generally be thicker, and it's hard to get them to just melt into the paint job like that. So, I mean, maybe a little tiny bump like right there. Oh wow! And we'll chip that and we'll integrate that into the paint job. But I mean, I couldn't be happier with this so far. This is just going super smoothly. Now that I've said that, I'm going to screw something up. But next step is going to be edge highlighting. That's going to be a doozy. There is a lot to highlight on this model. But that's where we make our money. I mean, that's really what sets. That's really what. Oh, am I going to do something with that skull back there? Yeah. Son of a gun. Okay, I'll think about what to do with that skull, and then we'll just do it when we're doing the edge highlighting. But the edge highlighting is really what sets like that next level, especially when doing panel modulation. It's really, really, really important to just nail the edge highlighting. So next segment, we'll come back. We'll do a bunch of edge highlighting, and this thing will really come to life. And then we'll finish it off with some chipping and some weathering, some scratches, and atmospheric weathering, stuff like that. And today we're going to be doing a bunch of edge highlighting. So where we're at now, transfers are done, metallics are touched up, pretty much everything's base coated, ready to go. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to edge highlight all the black. I'm going to do a sharp edge highlight on the leading edge of everything and see how far that gets us. And then when we do, and then we'll be ready. The tank will be ready for weathering at that point. Then we get to do a bunch of chips and scratches. So that'll be fun. Sorry, got a little energy here. So when I did the base coat, I mentioned that the dark sea gray was a little green, and it made for this really soft gray highlight. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this German gray, and you can see how green this German gray is. This German gray is like a really, really green gray, Feldgrau. And I'm going to lighten it up with a little bit of pale blue. I don't want to use white. I want to use this pale blue. Both these paints are pretty thin, so it shouldn't require too much additional thinning, but so maybe 2 parts German gray to 1 part pale blue. See where we're at when we mix those. You can see how much that pale blue really influences the green. That looks like it's going to be pretty good. Then that's a pretty green color. I might need to lighten that up just a little bit more. I definitely need to thin it a little bit. Well, let's grab a brush and see what happens. Nope, need to be lighter. A little bit lighter. There we go. Got a little bit more water. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So you can see, and the field blue kind of neutralizes a little bit of that green. It's still pretty green, but the field blue does neutralize it a little bit. Whereas if I had used just white, the green still would have been really prominent, which is not what I wanted. So I wanted a little green, but I don't need it to be. What happened up here? I think those are new. Yeah. So I'm just get my finger wet and just kind of rub those off. So I broke out the Winsor & Newton Series 1 for this because it has a nice fat belly. Usually I'll just use GW, but so lead edge on the outside of the sponson there, top of those, outside edge of those, and then the front of those little spikes. Now I'm going to weather those. Now I'm not really. Yeah. So it's a little less severe of an edge highlight in person, but not much. I really want this to be strong. I really want this to be a strong highlight. That's important for getting a really nice dark black. Get the rivets, front edge here. And some of these pieces are not molded the best, so they're a little, the edge might be a little chunky, but we're really going to see the panel modulation really come to life with this highlighting. Bottom edge of the sponson here. And you'll notice I skipped doing the bottom of the sponson up there, and that was entirely intentional. So before I get too far, because now I'm a little concerned that this is a little bit, this might be a little bit light. It's a fine line. It is a fine line. I think it's fine. I think it's pretty good. It's definitely defining those areas. There's a little more contrast on camera than there is in real life, but not a whole lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a Death Company model I've already finished and look kind of like you can see at his knee there. I can still see this thing's been weathered all up and everything. So if I'm looking at that gray highlight versus these gray highlights, the gray on the Death Company is definitely a little bit darker. So before we get too far, I'm going to add a little bit more of the German gray. Which didn't really do a whole heck of a lot, so why don't we add a little bit more. There we go. I think that's better. I think that's a little more. But like, how cool are these guys going to look? Just a quick digression. How cool are these guys going to look rolling out of this thing? It's going to be awesome. Awesome. I'm hyped. So it did darken that down a little bit. And that's what it helps to kind of trust your gut. And just check. Helps to have another model close by in the same scheme so that you can just kind of do a temperature check. Oops, that's off camera. So you kind of just do a temperature check sometimes on the paints and just make sure that you're on the right track with the colors you're using, especially when you're mixing paints like this. That's why I try not to mix paint for kind of key elements of a scheme for just this reason. It's hard to get it right where you want it. Now, the positive thing about this scheme, specifically on this tank and on my Death Company in general, is I'm going to come back and sponge a lot of this. Like, a lot of what I'm doing now is going to get a little sponge chipping. It's going to get oil washed over, so that'll tone it down a bit as well. But I just want to make sure going into it that I'm in the best position to have it be a match, but also just have it be kind of as subtle as I want it to be. That if you start highlighting something and you're like, God, that seems like a bit much, trust your gut and kind of do a little temperature check, because it was. I like this is a little softer, this is a little less heavy of an edge highlight. Getting all these little crevices here. This is the hard part of edge highlighting, is just doing all these little pieces. The big sections of I don't want to hit the side of the door there. I'll wipe that off. Yeah, good enough. The big sections of like the hull and stuff are fun, but it's all the little stuff that gets you, all the rivets. And I'm just painting like the top of the rivet. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on rivets, but it does make a difference. This is kind of separate the men from the boys territory. This is where you really find out just how much punishment you're willing to inflict on yourself to get a nice looking tank. Now, you don't have to do this level of edge highlighting for your tank to look nice. This is like top care, and this is the maximum fucks to give edge highlighting. So I try and focus on like common shapes, common areas. So I'm going to go along and do these little knobs here, and then just a quick edge on that top edge just to separate the hole from the interior where those wheels are and everything. I might not do this entire tank on camera. I might just skip the other side of the tank, just because we're already doing one side. This is a little tricky because this side has, say what you will about Forge World, but some of these castings, these edges are a little rough. This side has like a double armor plating, so you can see we have those two edges there. It's a little tricky to get different angles on those. And I'm trying to go as flat as I can, and I'm using the side of the brush. I have a couple different videos. I have a lot of videos actually that cover edge highlighting. If you look up the edge highlighting tag for the videos, I do a lot of edge highlighting. I like edge highlighting, and I love the effect that it has on a model when you do some nice, crisp edge highlights. It just really, really sets a model apart. So the key, and I'll show you, the key is this paint. Look how thin that paint is, like how transparent that paint is. Really, really thin. And what that does is it enables the paint to just flow out of the brush without you having to apply a lot of pressure. And that's what keeps the lines really, really thin. And that's what keeps the lines really accurate. That and using the side of the brush. Not trying to like paint on the edge highlight. I'm just using the side of the brush and letting the side of the brush do the work for me, while I just very, very lightly, even when I'm doing this up in the corner, I'm just using kind of the side of the tip of the brush. And then I really want to make sure I get all these little armor sections. This is pretty unique to the Proteus, having these little kind of overlapping armor sections on the side of the hull. One of those things where I didn't realize just quite how many there were until I started highlighting them. But there are a ton of these little things. Look at this. And kind of round around the front there. And now I'm not doing, where did all those little speckles come from? Was that from, what is going on here? God, that must have been when I was closing a paint pot or something. That's unfortunate. Like I said, most of these are going to get covered up, but man, that's going to annoy me until it does get covered up. Maybe I'll come back with some black and deal with that. So this front edge here, all the way down, kind of midway on that curvature, and then stop. And I'm not going to edge highlight the bottom edge here. I'm going to leave it on the top. on the lead edge, just like I'm not going to highlight this downward angle here or here or here. I'm just going to stick to those flat areas. I'm glad I went back and added some more of that German gray because it's right where I want it right now. I'm glad I didn't just continue on with that first mix. So even though I've done this scheme, even though I've been successful with this scheme, you still have to trust your gut. And when something seems not quite right, if you can, check it. If you haven't painted this scheme before, don't be afraid to stop and second guess what you're doing. But I do need this to be light enough to give like a really strong edge. That's the key for me for painting black, is a really like that one good highlight with the airbrush and then a really strong edge, and we're home. Like, we have a nice, really nice looking model. All these rivets, the Horus Heresy, good God. So you can see on the front there how much that's starting to come together now. And you compare it to the other side, we're like, yeah, the black looks good. The black looks black, the panel modulation looks good, but like on this side, it's just much more finished and much more detailed than. So yeah, edge highlighting is a pain, and edge highlighting takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of practice. But I think it's a skill that is absolutely worth spending the time on, because it really makes such a big difference when you do it. Top edge of that, top edge of that, top edge there. Big old rivets, little rivets, smaller, even smaller rivets. And now the back of the model is where that whole like lead edge highlighting kind of gets flipped around, but we're not quite there yet. Just get these little vents here. And then down the front of this section. Pretty good. Happy with that. I will come down here and get these rivets though. But not these, because these are under the sponson, so I'm not gonna worry about those. I will get the rivets though. So otherwise you wouldn't even see the rivets. Some of the rivet highlights will get rubbed off just from me handling the model. Some of them will get obscured by pigments and such, but it's important to do them because you never really know which ones. So even though we're staying on the lead edge in general, I am going to come back here and do this back edge just to kind of, and so what this does is it frames the whole. Well, I'll come down. I have to do this one too. Hang on. Need more paint in there. So what this does is it frames the whole area. Right. Oop, forgot an important one there. So what that does is you can see now it looks complete. Now it looks like everything is highlighted that should be highlighted. The exception of maybe this one here. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Oh. Gotta get this. This is tricky. So I'm still trying to use the side of the brush without hitting the cylinder. So I'm just trying to hit that line right there without getting the very tip of the brush on the cylinder and drawing a line on it. A little tricky. There we go. Happy with that. That looks good. All right. One side down. So here we're going to come on the front on this little reinforced ram looking thing here. Just come down the front of that, and then again using the side of the brush just real quick. Get that edge. And what I try to do is I try to repeat the stroke as many times as I can without having to move the model. So I'll go down all of these, like this side of this part here, this side of this part up here that I know I'm going to highlight, the inside kind of portion of this, done. Now I'm going to move down. And it helps repetition, and it helps just making sure that I don't miss anything. Now I'm going to flip it. And I'm going to do the other side. I'm angling the brush so I make sure I get both edges there. And then I'm going to come up the bottom edge. And then up the side on the top. And then same thing here. And with shapes like this, the key is really those sharp corners and making sure I get a nice highlight on those corners. Now without moving the tank, I'm going to do that line, I'm going to do this line, I'm going to do that line. Now we start to see, look at the front of that. Look at the front of that compared to, above it. Like it's kind of crazy just how much a simple edge highlight wakes up parts of this model. And really defines all these areas that we've shaded and highlighted. Not really shaded. The black is its own shading, but and then this corner here, that corner there. Starting to get there. And this is important. Really want to get this lip here to really differentiate kind of the hull from the heavy bolter area. I really need to glue those bolters, but I'm going to paint them first. And then I'll just glue them on center like that. I do not like having parts of my models move. I think it adds a lot to the wear and tear on the paint and is pretty pointless. So it's really pointless, especially from like a gameplay perspective. I just don't like having parts of the model move. So, and a little bit on the inside there. Oh, it's so good. I love this tank. I love this tank. These are so fun. I might have to get another one. Probably not. I have a lot left to do before I need to double up on Forge World tanks. So but this is just a cool kit. Actually, the next tank I do for Death Company will be probably a Spartan. I want to do some more power armor guys, so I can have a bunch of them in a Spartan. That would be cool. It would suck. Like, it'd be terrible on table, but it would look cool. Awesome. My dream is to have a Death Company themed force that I can put on the table with Death Company themed dreadnoughts and tanks and obviously Death Company, some Death Company themed HQs. I think that would just be really fun. Friendly games. Thing about doing resin is resin's heavy. Resin is not light, so I keep forgetting to like rest the tank on the table. Look at the interior edge there. Now with these circular shapes, I want to go about halfway, maybe a little bit more than halfway. If you just go halfway, it can look unnatural. It can look just like, oh, there's a half circle or whatever. So I try to go a little bit more than halfway. Sculptors were kind enough to make this symmetrical, so like if I just go just a little bit more than halfway to define that, and then rivet, half circle, rivet, half circle, get the front of this thing, get that notch, this whole notch. Inside edge of that, inside edge of that. More than halfway. Rivet, swoop, then just the rivet, rivet, and that kind of swoop there. And now the hard one. I don't know if I really want to do it. You can see that the elevation changes here, so I kind of have to. But just using the side of the brush real light. It's not a very sharp edge, so it's not going to be the sharpest highlight in the history of the world. But this is like real light with very little paint. If I tried using a lot of paint on that, it would just be an absolute mess. So, side of the brush, very little paint, very shallow angle. And I will make sure, because I'm not in love with this highlight, but I do need to define that higher elevation there. Like, it looks good. I'm not upset about it. Like, it looks good. It works. But it's not super, super crisp. But I also know that I'm going to be coming back and just chipping that. So doing chips and scratches. So I'm not that worried about it. Weathering covers a myriad of sins. So get that little knobber there. Get this whole little panel thing. Get this thing. Ooh, hey. And the other nice thing about using thin paints is if I mess up like that, I can just lick my finger and wipe it off. Get these little portholes here. Even though like this is stuff that like you're never gonna see. I'm not looking forward to painting those lenses. I can tell you that much. Maybe I'll skip them. Like those little, there's a lens like way back in there, and there's one right there, just a tiny little lens. I say I'll skip them, but I probably will. I'll probably paint them. I don't know when I'm going to do another Proteus, so I might as well do a good job on this one. Whew. Have to give my arm a rest for a second there. Now I do want to catch this inside edge of, oops, I'm doing that off camera. I do want to catch this inside edge up here. And this is tough because I can't get an angle to these. I'm just going to try and do kind of directly paint on the edge there, very lightly. But I need to define the space. I need to outline the space of the hull, where you can see like on this side, it just kind of disappears between the highlighted portion of the track is just kind of disappeared. It's not, there's nothing really there. But on this side where I've done, pretty minimal highlights, you can see that it's part of the hull. So those edge highlights help to like include those elements in the hull. And like very minimal highlighting because I'm holding this like almost near the end of the brush because the most important thing is just getting that really shallow angle to get the side of the brush onto the corner to get that sharp highlight. Now I can kind of come back in here, do that. Kind of extend the brush out. Bring it back to where it meets another element on the hull. Again, get the top of this. Rivet. Rivet. And you can see how much better defined that is now and how much more complete that looks. So it's just one of those things, you just one more thing to do. Gotta pay the edge highlighting piper. Because the thing is, if you start down this road and if you start, edge highlighting everything and painting all the rivets and stuff, you got to do them all. The ones that you're like, I don't really have to do that. Those are the ones that are they're not even gonna stand out. Oof, that was a bit messy. They're not even gonna stand out. They're going to disappear. So like their absence is kind of what stands out versus, something that's just painted either too extreme or in a different color or something, the absence of the highlighting is going to be what seems off. So we want to avoid that. So again, holding like the edge, very end of the brush, and just getting that very, very edge. And of course, I'm going to feel like an idiot if I come back and do the weathering and like all these edges disappear up by these tracks, but I don't know that that's going to happen, so I'm doing them anyway. If it happens, it happens. But super happy they're done. And excuse me. So all these little, so we're doing the edges that face forward basically, and then ones that are perpendicular to that. So everything that faces forward or is but like perpendicular or parallel, we're just not going to go behind anything. So like I'll just get the back edge of these vents, back edge of this, but this is parallel, so I'm going to go ahead and get that, but I'm not getting that back edge. We'll leave that back edge alone. I'll get the front edge of these though, even though I'll probably hit those with black ink and all that will disappear. So there we go. While I'm there, I'll get that edge. Oh, hey, don't want that. Get out of there. Get out of there. My fingernails are a little long for this, for that wiping. Because what can happen is I'll just wipe. I'll like scratch the paint because I'm trying to get some paint off. There's a little ledge under here. Gee whiz. The tops of these Forge World tanks are like really have a lot going on from an edge highlighting standpoint. But that's good. I mean, it's a good opportunity to show off this technique. And it's just, you know, work a section. Ooh, that was a little strong. Work a section, move on, work a section, move on. You know, it's just patience and experience. I don't even want to think about how many hours of my life I've spent edge highlighting stuff. That's a lot. But that's how you get better. I mean, one of the things, the easiest way to get better at edge highlighting, like the thing that can kind of pay the most dividends the fastest, is practicing using the side of your brush to do your edge highlights and really thinning down your paint more than you're used to. Thinner than you would think. Because like I talked about in a previous segment, the thinner the paint, the more transparent it is. So even if you think an edge highlight's like a little bit extreme, when it dries, it's going to be a little bit darker because it's going over that black. And really the best way to get better at it is just practice. And that's usually what I tell people, and it's a really boring answer, but it's true. Like if you want to get better at edge highlighting, just start edge highlighting stuff and just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again. And you will get better at it if you're painting with intention and you're painting to get better at edge highlighting and you're focusing on it, you will get better. You see how much nicer that shading is now? How much more sense that shading makes? Like, look at this here, like this front edge here, and then the front kind of parts of these little triangles down here. Like, it's all just working together much better now that we've edge highlighted it. So, and that's part of just like trusting the process. Like when we're doing the airbrush highlights, we have to trust that the edge highlights are going to have the desired effect on what we did for the airbrush highlights. If we didn't have faith that the edge highlights were going to do what we needed them to do, then we might go another step higher on the airbrush highlights. And now it's looking a little more gray than it was. So and then we come in and do the edge highlights, and then that's more gray, and then that's how we get away from, in my opinion, that's how we get away from just doing like a true dark black like that. And now I'm going to turn the, now I'm going to finish edge highlighting the top. Almost skipped some stuff. I would have noticed and come back, but. Oh man, what pain. More pain here. There we go. Now, because we're at the edge of the tank, or the end of the tank rather, the back of the tank, we're going to kind of switch the lead edge once I get finished with these little tank wheel axle holder things. Oh man, I gotta stop holding this model off the table. It's killing my wrist. So once we get back here, then we switch which lead edge we're referencing to define the overall canvas, I guess you could say. So this is going to lock in the whole tank. Otherwise, when we got to the back, we wouldn't highlight anything, right? Because none of the stuff on the back is a lead edge if you're looking at it from the front. But once we get back here, just like we did on the back part of this, once we get back here, then we're going to switch our perspective. And whoa, no, get out of there. There you go. And then have a new lead edge, which is going to be looking at it from the back. And that's just so we can highlight the stuff on the back of the tank. Otherwise we wouldn't highlight it, and that wouldn't look right. So we'll get this shape. Ooh, those are fireworks. I live in Idaho, so you don't know. But I live in a pretty urban area for Idaho. Not really. But could be chasing off coyotes. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. They could be doing roofing. I mean, it could be, you know, anything. Cool, cool, cool. Vertical edges. Yeah, we'll get those too. Sorry, I kind of got loose on how I was holding this for the camera. Oh. All right. Now, very steep angle. I'm gonna get just these little. Okay. Same on this side. Before I move it. Rivet. Pivot. Move. Ah. There we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I was like holding my breath there for a second. I can get back in here and just real lightly grab a couple edges in there. Pretty good. A little sloppy, but I'm fine. I'm fine with it. And I'm going to leave all this stuff down here alone because when this tank's sitting on the table, not going to matter. So I'm going to do, so it's been long enough. You've watched me edge highlight for 40 minutes. So I'm going to do the last edge of the tank. I'm going to do this side off camera because it's going to be the exact same as this side, just in reverse. But one thing I do want to mention is, I'm going to close this window. I had a video not too long ago about front loading your workflow and, you know, getting models base coded and working on them at the same time you're working on other things, and how that can help you down the road where you're just kind of picking at different things. It's a very different approach than I'm used to, which is where I'm just working on a model or I'm working on a squad. But this is a really good example of why that can be really helpful, and where they can really come in handy. So, blah, 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 highlighting Death Company Land Raider, looking good. I have the highlight color that I want. I have the edge highlight color that I want. Everything's, you know, coming up spades. And now let's say I finish this side of the tank. Well, I still have a good amount because I had to go back and forth on the mix so much. I still have a lot of this edge highlight color, and I know that it's the edge highlight mix that I want for this tank. So if I'm not in a big hurry, what I do is I'll go over to my shelf, my army shelf, and I'll grab my Death Company Leviathan Dreadnought that I'm working on that's had some metallics done when I was doing gold on something else. I had silvers done when I was doing silver on something else. So now what I can do, now that I have this mix and it's already ready to go and I'm already in like edge highlight mode, what I can do is I can just go grab this Leviathan off the off the project shelf, and I can just start edge highlighting the Leviathan Dreadnought. And it's the exact same color that I was using on the tank, so I know it's gonna be spot on. I don't have to mix it again. I know it's gonna be exactly what I need for this Death Company greenish, grayish highlight color that I use. Oof. Come on. Cooperate with me here. And I'm not going to sit here and edge highlight a Leviathan Dreadnought on camera, but so what I'll do is I'll come over here, but there's still paint flowing really nicely out of this brush, so bear with me for a second. So I'm just going to run through this Leviathan real quick. Edge highlight the black. And now if I weren't doing a tutorial on, whatever, that's going to get heavily weathered. If I weren't doing a tutorial on the red X for the Land Raider, I would have done the X's I want to do on the Leviathan at the same time. But, there we go, out of paint, finally. But my point is, I can edge highlight up this Leviathan using the exact same mix, not wasting paint, and it'll take me, another half hour maybe to edge highlight the Leviathan Dreadnought, and then I'm just going to put it back on the shelf. But I'll be one pretty decent sized step closer to finishing this Leviathan Dreadnought that, I did the highlights after I filmed the Land Raider Proteus tutorial. I did the gold when I was doing gold on something else for commission. I did the silver when I did the silver for something else on I commissioned. So you just kind of pick it off the shelf, a little bit here and there, and when it comes time to that I actually focus on this, like, okay, I'm going to finish off the Leviathan. I have all, after I finish edge highlighting and everything, I'll have to like paint the X's, eye lenses, blood drops, finish the claws, scratches and chipping, and I'll be pretty much done. So it's just another way that you can increasing efficiency because I already have the paint mix. I'm already edge highlighting this black. So I just move from one model right into the next model, but I'm not committing to painting this Leviathan. I'm not committing to, okay, when I'm going to finish this Land Raider, I'm going to finish this Leviathan. I'm not committing to that. I'm just committing to edge highlighting this Leviathan. I'm going to put it back on the shelf. And then, whenever I'm working on something, whenever I'm doing red eye lenses or something like that, boom, I'm going to come back. I'm going to do the blood drops and the eye lenses on this, put it back on the shelf. So that's how I kind of pick away. And it's why, like, if you follow on Instagram or something, I'll post like a chunk of a commission that was finished, and like a day or two later, I'll post like a finished entire squad. Right. And that's because that squad was already like 75% done over the last 3 weeks, just picking at it here and there, while I was doing other things or when I had a half hour, spare or something. So it's just kind of little inch by inch, and then close it out. So watch that video, painting processes video. I go into a lot of more depth, but this is a really good example. So off camera, I'm going to finish edge highlighting this side of the Land Raider, and I'm going to edge highlight, take 30 minutes and edge highlight my Leviathan Dreadnought as well. So, and that's like, I mean, I'll finish these two, and I mean, that's like 600 plus points for my army, just done and done. So this looks great. I'm super, super happy with this. I love edge highlight. I love the effect. The shading looks good. Like, this is definitely a black tank, but you can see, especially like on the sponson and everything, you can see that shading that we did with the airbrush still. So I love it. I'm happy with it. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments so everybody can see the answer. And next time we will come back, I'll probably knock out those lenses and do the gold on the skull in the back, or by the vents, just because it's going to bug me if I don't do them. And then we'll get into scratches. Today we're going to be doing scratches and chipping. Very same technique that I did in the Space Wolves Redemptor Dreadnought tutorial. It's going to be a little bit less, I think, extensive than the Space Wolves tutorial, but same process. So, you know, if you watch this one, if you want to see, see it again in a different color, how that works, you can check out the Space Wolf Redemptor tutorial, I don't know, part 12 or 13 or something like that. This one's going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to be using black and then the edge highlight color, which is the mix of the Vallejo Model Air German Gray and Vallejo Model Color Pale Blue. And then we're going to be doing just the scratches, and then we'll do the sponging of the chipping. So we're going to start with the black because I want to do some scratches and some chipping on the I want to do some scratches and chipping on the transfers and the red Death Company X's before I do the lighter scratches on the rest of the tank, and I'll show you why here in a second once I get this mix figured out. There it is. Yeah. I put way too much pale blue in the first time, so now I have to kind of mix it around. But so for this, I am breaking out my Winsor Newton Series 7, size 1, just a razor sharp point on this brush, because I do want these scratches to be very, very thin. And I'm resting the tank on the table, and I'm resting my finger like on the tread so I have a stable platform. And then it's just real quick, real short, quick strokes to get a sharp line. And what I'm going to do is I don't want to put a lot of pressure on this. So you're going to see me going like this a lot, and that's just moving ever closer to the surface of the tank before the brush actually hits. Because I just want to get the thinnest line really that I can. You can see like how thin those lines are is because I'm just barely even touching and the key, as always, is very, very thin paint. So this black is very thin, and that lets it flow. That lets it flow out of the tip of the brush without a lot of pressure. which is how we keep those lines so narrow, is because we're not putting a lot of pressure on the end of the brush. The more pressure you put, the more pressure you put, the thicker the line is going to be. And we don't want to go crazy. So, you know, a few scratches here or there is going to be fine. On that, we're going to do a little bit, you know, that'll get hit with a little sponging as well. So we don't want to go overboard. I've been painting my Death Company Leviathan Dreadnought alongside this. And so I practiced doing the chipping and the scratches on the Leviathan first. And I think I for sure went overboard. So like there you have some scratches, and then we're going to hit that with a little sponge chipping as well to give some variation. I think I went a little overboard with the chipping and scratches on the Leviathan, which is okay because it's like, you know, it's Leviathan Dreadnought. It's going to be with 2 siege claws. So, I mean, it's going to be up in the mix as a Death Company Dreadnought. So a lot of chipping and scratches is not a bad thing, but it would have been way too much for a tank like this. So, yeah, I'm getting lazy. I was trying to hit it without turning the model, and that's not a thing. You have to turn the model. So make sure to get some good scratches in there, some bigger scratches. The door obviously is going to be heavily used, especially around the hinges and stuff and around the edges. So I want to make sure that I get some good scratches in there. And then just a couple on the 9th Legion symbol down here. Whoops, that's fine. It'll fade out. I'm gonna hit that with the sponge anyway. There we go. And you just want to try and make it. I forgot to do any of these. You want to try and make it as random as possible. So there you have like a little bit there. You want to try and make it as random as possible. You don't. One of the things that I fall into that I have to be very mindful of is I'll go through and make a bunch of like, you know, little lines, and then I'll come through and want to make it like that where they cross to make it kind of more interesting, but then I'll end up with a lot of X's, which isn't the most natural looking occurrence. So you want to be mindful because you do have tendencies when it comes to stuff like this, either doing a lot of vertical scratches or doing a lot of horizontal scratches, or like me doing a lot of those kind of X motions for scratches. So I just want to keep that in mind. Some is okay, but a lot is not, because, you know, I always talk about variation being the key and randomness. So like that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Now what we're going to do is take a little pluck foam. get some of the black paint, get most, oops, oh, come on. I'm going to use tweezers for this. And what I'm doing is I'm just kind of shaping this. And this doesn't have to be, come on. What I'm doing is getting paint all over my fingers. There we go. Okay. So I'm getting most of that off because I want very small chips. So I'm going to come here and just very lightly and try and keep it a little heavier near the edges of the door because that's going to get a lot of wear and tear as that door slams down. So, and then just a little bit in the end. I'm really trying to kind of break up some of those very crisp edges. So as that dries, there's some shiny spots right now, but then as it dries, you can see, and then just getting down here on the lower portion is important. Lead edge is important. So a little bit on that skull. I don't need to do much there. A little bit on the 9th Legion. Just to kind of integrate it just a little bit. So now that that's dried, you can see that looks pretty cool. Like that looks a little worn. I like that. Happy with that. Can't forget this up here. Focus more on the outside edge because that's going to get a lot of the wear. But I do want to break up, and then I want to hit a couple heavier spots, like maybe right there, and maybe up here somewhere. Just kind of go a little heavier to really break up those lines. And you can see once that's fully dry, you see how that breaks up those lines. It just kind of really integrates that into the rest of the model. So same thing with the, come on, transfer on the front here. Come on. A little bit on the 9th Legion. A little bit on the skull there. And then coming back here, do the same thing as the other side. A little heavier on the lead edge and on the edge of the door there. On the bottom. Pretty cool. Okay, so now the easy part's done. Now we mixed up the edge highlight color. And again, we want this real thin. And then focusing on the areas that would get a lot of wear and tear. Start laying in some scratches here. And the further up the tank you get, the less chipping and scratching you're going to get. It's mostly going to be at like ground level, like infantry level, and kind of ground obstruction level when they're driving around in a war zone or you know driving through a battlefield is where they're going to impact a lot of that stuff. So we want to kind of we can be a little bit heavier on the lower portion, but as we move up the tank, we want to be mindful that there's going to be a lot less chipping. You always want to be moving a lot less scratching, a lot less chipping. You always want to be moving the angle of the brush. You want to really try and avoid getting a bunch of like parallel lines. Will look really unnatural. So you always want to be mindful of that and kind of stay moving. They don't all have to be large. They can be little, just nicks and scratches and stuff here. The bottom of the tracks down here is going to be very heavily chipped. So I don't really need to do a lot of be chipped and weathered. So I don't really need to do a lot of scratching down there. But you can see like we're starting to be a little bit much. So I'm going to try and dial that back a little bit. Also, the more you do, the longer it takes. So I feel like I'm in danger of getting back into the Leviathan Dreadnought territory here. But we're also going to sponge over the top of this, so it'll get toned down a little bit, and then it'll get toned down with the oil wash and subsequent weathering and stuff. So it's not the end of the world, right? It's just we just want to be careful. And there's going to be more chipping on the front of the tank than the back of the tank. Typically, tanks hopefully don't get attacked from the rear too often. If they do, they're probably in pretty big trouble. So we'll just do a little bit lighter chipping on the back portion of the tank. And a little less sponging as well. I'm gonna do a couple scratches on the outside of this just to have it blend in with the rest of the side of the tank here. And then put a couple scratches in the field there. So that's looking a little scratched up, and don't worry, we will be integrating all of that. It'll all make sense. And then here, obviously this is going to be heavily sponge chipped in here, but I still want to get some scratches. Those scratches will definitely still stand out because most of the sponge chipping is kind of an irregular, almost circular shape, whereas obviously scratches are linear, so it's just adding more shapes and more variation to the tank, which is good. And then it's gonna be hard to see, but underneath the back here, I have to come in here and do some scratching as well. Otherwise, it just ends. And it looks unnatural. This is not. It's rushed. Rushing. Rush. I'll make sure to see how much different the chips on the top are, where I was being careful, and then the bottom where I rushed it, and I had some heavier, like a heavier hand. See how much less natural those ones look on the bottom. Don't rush. But nice thing about weathering is I know that I did that, so I can make sure that I kind of cover my ass with sponging, and I can undo a lot of that. Most important thing is thin paint, and two most important things are thin paint and a brush with a really sharp tip. Just like edge highlighting, but even more so because you're not working off that edge, you're just working off the edge of the brush. I'm sorry. Nope, don't want that. And just a couple little scratches back here, but that's like an area back in there that is probably not going to get a whole lot of action because there's a lot of stuff in front of it. A little bit on the front here, but not much, and then a little bit on the cupola here, this hatch, but not much. You know, couple little, like, you know, just keeping honest scratches here or there. But like the top of the tank isn't getting too many scratches. Just kind of focusing around the hatch here because, you know, that's like the one part up here that does get used versus it'll get chipped, but not necessarily scratched. So I still feel like I'm overdoing it a little bit. It's hard because it shows up so much on the black. It's hard. It's a hard balance. It's just a hard balance to strike. That was too much. But I just have to make sure that when I do the chipping, that I balance it out, which I will. So hopefully. I mean, one of the things about painting is you can have a great plan and you can have a lot of experience and you could have done this, over the weekend, like I did, on a same exact scheme, same exact palette, same exact intentions as far as what is that going on so thick, not wanting to overdo it and stuff, and then still ended up overdoing it on the Leviathan a little bit. Because it is hard to know kind of what the stopping point should be on a technique like this, on stuff like scratching and chipping. And sometimes you want something to look really worn, you just keep doing scratches, and it can end up becoming so we can end up kind of becoming the star of the show, which is not at all what you want. You don't want like the weathering. Sometimes you want to be the star of the show. Like you really want to show off how corroded something is, or how beaten down and war weary something is. That can be important to a scheme, right? But typically, you don't want somebody to look at your model and be like, "Wow, I really like those scratches." You want to say like, "I really like the model." I don't think I did any. Yeah, see, I missed this, and that's a place that is probably going to catch a lot of bullets just because of where it is, like in the direction of that plate right there. So I want to make sure to put a few scratches here or there. Just keep it honest, You have some kind of. I'm trying to do different angles. I don't know why I'm rushing this right now. Maybe just like trying to film the tutorial. I don't know, but I'm making like stupid mistakes that I don't typically make. Like what happens like here is I was trying to make like a different angle line without actually moving the tank. I was just kind of like with the brush. But I wanted one of the ways you get consistent, one of the ways you get straight lines and consistent lines is maintaining, just having like one motion, like one downward, like it's the same. My motion for doing the scratches is the same, just the angle just the angle of the tank changes. So just like when I'm doing edge highlighting, my edge highlighting motion doesn't change really. I just move the model around to get the angle that I need. And it's the same thing with doing scratches, but I don't know why. I just got lazy and tried to do it while holding the tank upright. So what happens is you get curved lines, which don't look natural. So don't do that. It's always, I always try to include a couple little nuggets about what not to do, occasionally. So, and then remember, just a couple real light. I don't even want to draw attention to the back of the snake. So, no, so some detailing to do. That's fine. Forgot I was supposed to do the skull. That skull on the back, and then the targeting lenses. These two lenses here, and probably that one. It's fine. We'll do those next time. Before we do definitely want to do those before we do the oil wash. So that looks pretty good. It's a little jarring because it's the only show in town right now. There's just the scratching, but the scratches look pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Couple little areas that I might do differently next time, but doing this on black is tough. This is not like super easy to do. It takes a little bit of touch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Vallejo Model Color Black Gray, which is a very, very dark gray, obviously. Get a little bit of that on the palette. Because I really, the other things that I found when I did the Leviathan was that just having the one color, the edge highlight color chipping, so you can see how dark that gray is, and that's just a gray. That's not any kind of green gray or blue gray. This is more of like a true gray. But I found that just having that, and this is barely going to show up, but it's going to give a little bit of, stay on the lead edge. It's going to get a little bit of texture. It's going to break up the edge highlighting a little bit. I didn't want to dab that all the way across the, man, slow down. This does not have to be Speedy Gonzalez on the tutorial here. I want to make sure that I really texture up the bottom here. Because that's going to get a healthy amount of chipping. So again, going along the bottom here, kind of hit a couple of those spots where I had concentrated the black, and where this is really going to show up is going to be on like the pure black areas. So a little bit on the front here, a little bit on the front here, kind of next to the tracks. And you can see it's pretty subtle, but it's laying that foundation so that when we do some sponging with just the edge highlight color, which is way lighter than the black, obviously, when we do the sponging with the edge highlight color, it's not as too much. It's not as much of a contrast because we've done a little bit of this black gray first. And here's where I'm going to try and start correcting some of those weird scratches down here. Just a heavy sponge there at the bottom. And then kind of lighten it up as I get to the top. And then just go along the front here lightly. So a lot of these areas are areas that I've already kind of highlighted. I want to stick towards the edge of these areas. I don't really want to be sponging in the middle of panels. I just think it looks pretty unnatural when you see that. For the most part, you do a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I feel like it looks a little unnatural to do that. Another one of the things that I wish I'd done less of with the Leviathan was that sponging kind of in the middle of the chest panels. But don't get me wrong, I'm happy with how the Leviathan turned out, but I did learn and kind of reaffirm some things that I think I already knew, but kind of rushed past. So always good. Always good to practice. Always good to be on guard for, like I said, tendencies or things that give me a little bit more of the palette here. Things that you get excited. I mean, it's just because like I get excited about it, so I'm like, yeah, let's sponge this thing, and then I get through sponging it, and I'm like, oh, that was a lot of sponging. So, and it's one of those things that you can't, like, there's no going back. You can't. I mean, I suppose you could like strip the model or something, but I don't do that. So, there's no like, oh, I'll just touch that up if I don't like it. Once you started sponging and weathering and stuff, you're committed. So you just learn and apply it to the next model. Like obviously, like the Leviathan's not ruined. It doesn't look bad. It looks good. But I always try to keep an eye out and be mindful and be a little, critical. Not in the sense of like being negative, but in the sense of having a critical eye and asking myself, like, is there stuff I could have done better on this? Is there stuff I rushed? Is there stuff that didn't turn out how I wanted it to? And I'd say on like most models I paint, the answer to all of those questions are yes. And then you just take it into the next model. There are tons. We all have tons and tons and tons of models to paint, and this is about, at a basic level, this Patreon's about army painting. So you don't want to keep flagellating yourself over one model and going back to it and over and over again until you think it's perfect or whatever. You really learn your lesson and just apply it to the next model, because there's plenty of models in the queue for everybody I hang out with. We all have projects. So this is the edge highlight color now. This is the German gray, the Model Air German gray mixed with pale blue. And this I want to be real. I'm like barely touching because I want to be real light with this. But this is where like most of that scratching, or most of that chipping effect is going to come from this color. And I want to make sure to layer that over the scratches in places. And I especially want to make sure that I get And while I'm working side to side, like down here, I want to work north to south. Otherwise, you'll get a really, so as I'm dabbing, I'm kind of going up and down, and at the same time that I'm going left to right, to get just a little more variation. So now you start to see, and by using a small sponge with a little bit of paint is how I get those really small, and just kind of going on the front end, the leading edge of these panels here, because those are what's going to get the most kind of impact, right? Is going to be that front edge, and then the edge around the treads as well. So this edge here, a little less paint, very, very lightly around the handle. The interior kind of edge here, very light. And now I'm not going and just going back over, all the areas that I edge highlighted. I don't want it to be like a solid, definitely these claws, those are going to get a lot of, sorry. So I'm not just going over the edge highlights. I'm kind of forging new ground, and I want to keep it random. So I'm not, again, very, very light in the middle of the field here, and then a little heavier around like the edge of the doors, just like we did with the black. It's going to look good. And then, a little bit up the side here, but not a whole lot. A little bit up the side here, but not a whole lot. Kind of more around the track area. And I'm gonna actually keep going around a little bit on the track, because that's gonna get, regardless of where it is, front, back, center, that track area is gonna get a lot of wear and tear on a tank. So I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. So that looks pretty good. That's looking, I think, better than the chipping that I did on the Leviathan, that's for sure. Because I don't think I need to go back with I think the other mistake I made was going back over it with black after I did it. Just didn't. Anyway, I'm here like second guessing a model I'm happy with, as I'm painting another model that I'm happy with. So sorry. A lot of chipping on this front portion here. I think doing that black gray first is the difference. So I'm glad that I did that. I did that Leviathan, and not because it got me another model closer to my army, but a good amount of chipping on this front portion. This is going to get a lot of attention, it's going to bear the brunt of a lot of what this tank is going to go through. Is going to be borne by this kind of front section of the tank. So we want to make sure to get it nice and battered. That looks good. A little, again, very, very light in the field. I don't even really want like clusters. I just want little marks and dings. And then the outside of this flat, anything that's flat and facing the front of the tank is going to get hosed. So kind of follow those edges a little bit on the front here, very light. Follow that edge there, that edge there. And really what you're doing is you're telling a story when you're doing chipping like this. You're kind of telling the story of the tank, telling the story of, you have to kind of, try to imagine what's going to happen when this thing is in service, and then kind of focus in those areas. So I'm not assigning it like specific honorifics yet. That's what Crusade is for. But and then here on the interior of the track, this is a really important area to get, because you'll forget. I usually do. I'm surprised that I remembered, actually, because it's kind of hidden, but it's just not, it's incongruous, right? It's not going in with the front of the, kind of lead edge on everything else that we've been, preaching this whole time. But you see what a difference it makes. Even just that little bit of chipping around the tracks really adds a lot. So I'm just going to do it here just to make sure. And again, going up and down. You want it to be, because if I just went straight, just chip, 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 chip. There is a pattern to the sponge, and it would be, oh, come on. It would be too uniform. So I want to make sure that I'm going up and down at the same time we're going left to right. Right. We're actually almost done with this. Almost done with the step, so that's exciting. It doesn't have to take forever. Like once you get the hang of it, the scratches is really a hard part to get the hang of. And then doing kind of a real doing light chipping, like very, very small chipping like this, takes a minute to get used to. Doing like big, burly areas of chipping is not, technically difficult, but doing these kind of micro chipping, easier on a tank than it, definitely want to try and practice on tanks, harder on infantry, but that's true of most painting techniques, I think. So, but this is a really, really good skill to have if you want to do more weathering, more realistic weathering. And you'll see I'm going to do a tutorial on my Aussian suppression pattern camouflage that I did for, I'm going to use an impulsor, so same camo pattern that I did for my impulsors. I'm going to do another one for a tutorial, and you'll see like how important a role the chipping plays into really highlighting that scheme and bringing it all together. It's like indispensable for making that scheme work. So just in case anybody ever looks under there. Like this is just black. Like that's just Vallejo Model Color black under there, but just in case I want to. Shit. Just in case I want to rush that and screw it up. But thankfully it's underneath there. So I'm getting another piece of foam because that last piece of foam was getting a little clogged with dry paint, and it wasn't behaving quite how I needed it to. So I just tear off another piece of foam and kind of get back at it. So you always want to be mindful of what's going on with your sponge, because it can completely change the chips you're getting depending on the condition of the sponge and everything. So again, just some little dots. I don't want areas that are chipped. I just want some little dots on the door. And I'll kind of go up this side a little bit. And a little bit over here. This is not, it's just how it's being held or what. There we go. Okay. Yeah, little dots. Don't want big areas of chipping. A little bit up here. Little bit. Okay. Oh, before I almost packed it in. A little bit back here. Sorry. A little back here. A little bit on the edge down there. Whatever. A little bit on the same area on the back that's highlighted. Whatever, that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. And that's that. Now we have scratched and chipped the Land Raider, and then next up we're gonna do an oil wash, pure black, basically, almost pure black, just to really define. We're gonna do the tracks. We're gonna do the tracks and the main body, just to really define everything and get all the recesses like black and filter down the weathering a little bit. So excited for that. That's going to be cool. That's going to look good. That'll be the next segment. Oh, excuse me. Next segment is going to be those lenses that I keep forgetting and the little skull on the back. And then I'll show you how to, again, I'll do another kind of mixing and applying an oil wash tutorial. And we'll oil wash this whole tank, and then after the oil wash, it'll just be doing some atmospheric weathering, some scorching, and then a little streaking, some pigments, a lot of pigments. So it'll be fun. But yeah, next up is going to be the lenses and the little gold skull in the back and an oil wash. But we're pretty close. So probably maybe 2 or 3 hours left on this at most. So I mean, we'll be painting this thing in like under 10 hours. So it's efficient. So hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Hope you give it a shot with some of your vehicles. The scratches are a little prominent right now, but those will get toned down. It's one of the reasons we're doing the oil wash. Those will get toned down. I'm really happy with the integration of the transfers, and I'm really happy with the weathering on the X's and just the chipping in general. I'm really, really happy with. I think it looks really good. So I'm really happy with that. I couldn't be happier with how this is coming along. And he gets to join, the rest of my death company and the Leviathan and Lamarties and everybody. So it's cool. It's fun to have a little different themed forces to work on. One of the things I love about Blood Angels. So, but this again, if you want to look at how, so this is like on black. If you want to look at how I do scratches and sponge chipping on something of a different color, something that actually has color, the Space Wolf Redemptor Dreadnought tutorial has a tutorial on scratches and chipping, and then the oil wash, pin wash, and filter. So same steps, but a different color, little bit different application. So I really went like ham on the scratches and chipping on the Redemptor. So just going to be doing a quick tutorial on a couple little targeting lenses and this skull on the back of the tank. I'm going to try and make this really quick because there's such small details. Like I just want to get on to the weathering at this point. So for the skull, I'm doing my aged gold that I'm doing on all my death companies. So scale 75 Viking gold, and then I'm going to give it a little wash with some Army Painter purple tone and some Game Ink black green. That'll give it a really kind of patinaed, kind of older gold, worn gold, and then a highlight. You can't read the label, but this is Dwarven gold from scale 75. So they're very red golds. You can see, especially the Viking gold is a very red gold. So that helps with getting it to look a little older. And it's just a different tone. One of the things that I try to do, so the older gold, same gold I did on my Sanguinary Guard, and same gold that I do on the detailing on my Death Company, is this recipe. Maybe a little elven for like the highest highlights, but this tone is different from the just general gold that I use for trim and chest eagles and stuff on the rest of my Blood Angels. That gold is the Negro gold and Elven gold. Bright, shiny, more yellow gold. So by doing that, you give a little visual differentiation. It's not the same gold across the entire army. There are little variations of it. So it's just a way to, keep things interesting. So for the lenses, I'm going to do the same recipe that I do for like my blood drops and stuff. I have actually. So that's like a shoulder, the blood drop on the shoulder. These are my veteran intercessors. So same recipe that I do for those blood drops. I'm just going to do for the eye lenses. Vallejo monocolored burnt red for the base coat, and I'm going to wash it with the purple tone. Then I use Evil Sun Scarlet, Orange Fire, Ice Yellow from Vallejo, and then just a little bit of white for the dot at the end. And these are hard to reach places. These are going to be a little tricky, so I hope I'm not the lenses. I mean, I hope I'm not bouncing around too much, or I hope I'm not too messy. I am going to bounce around though. I am going to go from I'm going to go between the skull and the lenses because I need things to dry. So a little bit of that Viking gold. It is warm in this room tonight, so I should probably dry. Probably dry pretty quickly. Now I'm going to go with the burnt red while that dries. And I'm just doing these 3 lenses right here. Oh yeah, these are going to be nice and tricky. The nice part is that I can just touch up the black around the edges once I'm done. This will add a nice little bit of color to the front of the tank as well. But I almost didn't do them. But as always, once they're done, I'll be glad that they're done. But you can see they're in like not a great spot. So take a little bit of that purple tone from Army Painter, shade some of that skull, wash it off. Then take just a little bit of that black green ink and kind of work it into a couple areas. On something this small, it's not going to be that noticeable, like the green and the purple and stuff. But when you get into like chest eagles, or especially when you get into doing something like Sanguinary Guard or Custodes, and you want like a little bit older, less just polished, shiny gold. When you start getting into those bigger areas, it really, really influences those paint jobs. You can really see all those different tones. So the purple tone is just to darken it a little bit, but also to make sure that we're getting a nice dark line around the lenses. The wash. Sorry, get this. Focused in. There we go. So the wash is dry. I'm just going to get a little Dwarven gold and then just focus up on the top here, around the eyes. And that's fine. And the oil wash is gonna knock down just how bright that is. So this looks almost dry. So I'm gonna get my colors ready off to the side here. Really like this ice yellow from Vallejo. It's a really it's like Dorn yellow edge technical from Citadel. It's just a really, really, really light pale yellow, but it has really good coverage. So I use that. Towards the end of, towards the end of, you'll see. I'm doing the lens. Oop. Drop that focus back. There we go. Okay, so now the Evil Sun Scarlet. And I'm just trying to get, my camera's in the way, but I'm trying to get like a curved kind of moon shape on maybe 2/3 of the lens. Man, That's tough to see. I wish the zoom worked on this little camera. I know this is hard to see, but we're gonna try and do it anyway. This one will probably be a little bit easier to see. So it's kind of a curved moon shape. Basically what we're doing is if you have a circle like that, right? Basically what you want to do is get, you can see my freehand skills here, get like a curved kind of half moon there, then come in with a little orange, do it on a little bit smaller area. That wasn't dry, but do the orange on a little bit smaller area, then mix in a little bit of the ice yellow to lighten it up. A little bit smaller area, a little bit more ice yellow, smallest area at the bottom, and then pure white. Just hit that dot in the top corner, and then you have like a lens, right? So, actually, let me cut that off there. There we go. So that's how you paint a lens. So we're just going to do the same thing over here. Okay, so this is just the orange fire. The smaller area. I like the orange fire is nice because it's a little transparent. It's a little thin, so it doesn't like immediately overpower the red. It kind of works into the red. Add a little bit of ice yellow. Oops, almost skipped one. Ice yellow there at the bottom. A little bit of ice yellow. There we go. And then same mix. I just add more ice yellow. This line I want to be pretty light, so come down in the very corner there. Perfect. As perfect as it's going to get. That one. Just right there at the bottom. Good enough. And then just take a little dot of white. That was not where I wanted that. Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oops. All right, so you can kind of see those. Ish. There are better lens tutorials on the Patreon. It's the same kind of approach as doing like Eldar Spirit Stones, or like that's the same recipe that I use when I'm doing red eye lenses for Space Marines and such. Same approach. Now I'm just going to take black and try to very carefully fix the overpaint in here. All right, and we have some lenses and a gold skull. So done and done. I mean, it's a shame that it took 9 paints to do it, but sometimes it's just how it goes. But I'm happy with it. I'm glad they're done and done. So that's the last bit of detailing that we needed to do on the tank. I am going to put these paints away, get out some oils, and then in the next tutorial series, I'm going to show you how to mix an oil wash, and I'm going to show you how to varnish, mix an oil wash, apply an oil wash, and remove the oil wash. So that's where we're really going to get a lot of definition on these areas on the tank, and just kind of give it another layer of grime and tone down the scratching and the chipping a little bit. So it's kind of an all-around, very, very useful technique. So I'm going to be doing part 8 of the Death Company Land Raider Armored Proteus tutorial, and today we're going to be oil washing this tank. I'm going to show you how to varnish, how to make the oil wash, apply it, and remove it to give more definition to recessed areas and to filter down some of the weathering, some of the chipping and scratches and stuff, and also to get a nice definition in grime, starting in the grime on the tracks here. So serves a lot of different purposes. So that's where we're going to start today. And first things first, Liquitex gloss varnish through the airbrush to get a nice, and what the gloss varnish does is it makes it so it lowers the surface tension for the oil wash so that the wash wicks into the recesses, and also when we go to remove it, the wash isn't it doesn't grip as much as it would if we didn't varnish it at all. So it makes it a little more slippery, basically, for lack of a better term. So first thing, I just want to hit the black parts of the guns. The metallics, I'm going to oil wash without a varnish, and I do that because right now these metallics are just a little flat. They're a little too shiny for what I want. So if I stick these guns in here, that silver metallic really stands out, which is fine, but I want to tone it down just a little bit. So by not using varnish, what I'm doing is I'm letting the oil wash influence the underlying paint more. So if I do like a nice thick coat of gloss varnish, it's not going to have as much of an effect on the underlying paint. Whereas if I just kind of do a light dusting of gloss, it'll still make it easier to take off, but it'll have more of an effect. So you can manage, it's one of the ways that you can manage how much of an effect the actual color of the oil wash has on the underlying paint. So this tank's already black. I really just want the black oil wash to settle in the recesses, so I'm going to give it a pretty good coat of varnish. But I do want to try to avoid the tracks. I'm not going to avoid the tracks. They're going to get varnish on them, but I'm not going to intentionally varnish the tracks. I want that oil wash to influence the finish on the tracks. So that's that part. We get this front area here. And this is relatively imprecise. I don't need fantastic coverage on every square centimeter of tank. I just get it most of the way there at the top. And I didn't dilute the varnish at all. I didn't do anything to it. It's probably around 20 psi maybe. I never, ever, 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 ever dilute varnish or use thinner or mess with varnish in any way when I'm going to spray through the airbrush. I just don't want to mess with it because there's really there are very few worse things to happen than a varnishing mishap because it's so hard to fix. So I try to avoid tempting fate, and I just haven't found it necessary really. The Vallejo matte varnish kind of goes on, like has a consistency kind of like toothpaste. It's really thick, but I just crank up the PSI to like 45 PSI and just let it rip. Because I'm just so paranoid about frosting and stuff, so I don't even mess with it. So that's all for the airbrush for now, and then I'm gonna get a glove on for this next part. Whoa, that did fail. There we go. Okay, this is the fun part. Winsor & Newton Artist White Spirit. I use white spirits, not mineral spirits. Just what works for me, but I like it a lot. Grumbosher inks are just what I have. I've had these, and so to give you an idea of how like cost effective oil washing is. I have to buy a new thing of white spirit. This like 500 milliliter, which is a lot. I oil wash a ton of models, and I buy a new thing of white spirit maybe every 4 or 5 months ish. By contrast, I've had these Grumbosher inks, this black and the raw umber and the burnt umber. I've had these for about 6 years. Since I started oil washing, is the same tube. Like these are like $7 tubes of oil paint. The little goes a very, very long way. So first I'm going to get this little salsa tin here. These are great. If you don't have like little mixing cups or something, these are like little salsa containers that you get at every taqueria or whatever. Like 200 of these was I think like $10 on Amazon. They come with lids. So I use them for bits. I use them for stuff like this when I need to make an oil wash that I'm not going to keep. When I make an oil wash that I do want to keep, like my standard black and burnt umber that I use for most everything, I use these glass Tamiya jars because they seal, so the oil wash is in there is still usable. The white spirit doesn't evaporate. But I have a bunch of different washes in here, so yeah. It just cuts down on the time. It cuts way down on the time to like I don't have to make an oil wash every time I go to oil wash something. I usually have what I need. So I want this to be dark, and I can always add more white spirit. But I don't want this to be purely black, because this, like when you're using oil paint, sometimes when you're using acrylic paints, a black paint is like pretty black, but it's not super like true black. With an oil paint, it's really dark, like super black. And you can see there just how dark that is, even next to the tank. You can see how much darker that black is than the black on the tank. So this is ending up a little, that's actually not too bad, that consistency. But I'm sure we're going to add just a little bit here. Thin it out just a little bit. That's better. So what you're seeing is kind of on that back, it's kind of like checking for legs on wine, but you can see it has pretty good coverage, but it flows really nicely. I use a really beat up synthetic brush for doing oil washes, but also always synthetic. But I use this kind of fanned out, beat up one because you have to like mash the oils to get them to break up and mix in with the white spirit. So I'm going to add just a little bit of raw umber, and raw umber is brown. It's like a reddish brown. But what's this going to, it's not going to like change the color necessarily that much, but it is going to soften. It is going to soften that black a little bit and not make it just black. It's going to give it just a little bit. It's very subtle, but it absolutely makes a difference. I can't think of a situation where I would use just a pure black. And you can see, hopefully, you can see like around the edges of the wash where it's a little, see how it's a little brown? It's very, very subtle. It's not a huge effect, but it does absolutely 100% make a difference. If it didn't, I wouldn't do it. Because the pure black is just too much. So I always get asked like, oh, how long should I let the varnish dry before I start oil washing? I mean, this varnish is dry. You know, I can touch this. It's been, I don't know, like 7 minutes, if that, 5 minutes. It has not been long, but you know, this is fine. It's dry. Is it cured? No. You know, it'll be cured tomorrow. But, you know, in some respects, I'm a very methodical painter, and then in some other respects, I'm a very impatient painter. This is one of those impatient times. So it's dry. I can handle it without screwing it up. So, you know, works for me. So I'm going to start back here in case this oil wash is too thick, in case I'm not digging it. Even though we're going to use this as primarily a pin wash, and a pin wash is when you just want it to go in the recesses and kind of go around rivets and these little hook things and fill in these recessed areas here, the lines. We do want this to filter down the chipping and everything. So it's basically, I'm just going to cover this tank with the oil wash. And I want to make sure to get in the tracks. This is another reason to use really cheap synthetic brushes, is you can just kind of mash with them. You don't need to be gentle and try to preserve this $2 brush that I've been using for 2 years. So the main thing is just that it puts oil wash on stuff. That's really the only criterion for this paint. So, and we're gonna wipe this off. You can see how much darker it is on the front now, and it kind of filters down that all the chipping and everything. This is obviously much more pronounced than it will be once we go back and take the paint off, but it's just to show you that you don't want it to be really thick, and it doesn't have to be thick, but you don't want it to be like, you want to notice when you're putting it on. You don't want it to be super thin either. So it might be a little thick, because that's obscuring that X kind of a lot, but it might actually, we'll let it run. We'll see what happens up here. So I want to stick kind of in the middle of the tracks again, because I'm really just trying to fill in. I'm going to wipe this all off. So I'm really just trying to fill in the joints on the tracks. I'm not trying to do a whole lot more than that, and then just get some color on the middle of the tracks there, then come in here, do those metal bits, do this thing, these metal bits, do the plow, ram bar plow thing. The thing that Karn got stuck to in the Siege of Terra. Nothing. I gotta glue these heavy bolters down at some point. I forget to do that. All right. Moving right along. And I'm going to come back and do scorching and stuff on these vents, so it's not hugely important, but I'm still going to hit them with the wash. Because now you're going to want everything to be affected kind of the same way, especially the armor and everything. So these I'm going to do scorching on as well. Let's come back here. We'll do a little on the track joints, and just these tracks are an absolute nightmare from an assembly standpoint. So I don't want to draw too much attention to them, but because they're a little rough, but can't be helped. You have to do it. I mean, they're a feature. The thing that kind of sucks is they are a bear to assemble, and they're not. It's just not very. It's like at least 10-year-old kit. It's one of the first Horus Heresy vehicles that they did was this kit, and it shows. Now they got really smart, and now the Spartans and the tanks with the treads like this, they redid the Spartan, because the Spartan used to be like this, where the tracks are in like 6 pieces. They redid the Spartan mold, the sculpt, to have these already on the sides of the tank, on the hull of the tank. So these are just sculpted in on the Spartan, which makes way more sense than doing it the way that they did it 10 years ago. But maybe, technology developed and design developed, so I don't begrudge them, but I'll take that back. I was definitely begrudging them while I was building this model, because it's just more difficult than it needs to be. And it's like not even close to adding up. I had to cut a section out of this top part of the track and pin it, which is why it's raised up a little higher than the rest of the tracks. But it's not something anybody's going to notice if I didn't tell you about it. It's not like something that would stand out. But it did require way more work than it should have for Forge World kit. So it's my one gripe. But this tank is freaking awesome. And it looks great. I'm in the Death Company, and I wanted one for years and years and years, and now I have one, and it's almost painted. So all in all, worth the effort. All right. So all over oil wash, pretty much done. Put that off to the side, just in case I need it later. You never know. So I'm going to get out my handy oil wash removal devices, known as Q-tips. And I actually forgot two of these things. All right, so that took 8 minutes. It's a very efficient technique. It's one of the things it's one of the big pluses for just oil washing in general. It's a very fast technique. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit it with a little heat and get white spirit kind of agitated and evaporating. I wouldn't do this just on my own if I were painting this. And I'm not going to do this until it dries out. I'm just going to get it. I'm just going to get it so it's agitating, not agitating, but evaporating. Agitating something else. But you can see when it dries, like how matte everything is, and how it's kind of filtered down there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break. You know, this will be dry. That was kind of a heavier wash, but even just, I mean, I could probably start now, but I'm going to wait until it's actually dry. The top is almost dry. The front area, the tracks. So if you start when the oil wash is still wet, like in the recesses, when you come by, it's more likely to pull the oil wash out of the recesses, which is where we really want it to stay. So we're gonna call that good. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start on the tracks because I have the most leeway on the tracks. Like if something goes sideways on the tracks, or I pull up too much of the oil wash on the tracks, like I don't care. The tracks are gonna get more weathering anyway, so they're not my main concern. The main concern is going to be the tank itself. So try to get it in focus here. There we go. So I'm just going to take a Q-tip, dip it in white spirit, and then start removing those oils. And I'm not pressing very hard. The gloss varnish protects the paint, but if I get really enthusiastic and just start really being aggressive with the rubbing, you'll absolutely take paint off the bottle. So we do not want to do that. So you can see as I take the wash off, you know, these chips on the front here kind of reappear. So like on this top edge here, when I take the oil wash off, you know, they come back. But then once this white spirit dries, you'll see they just get toned down just a little bit. I don't want to tone them down too much because, especially on black, they'll pretty much disappear. But I do want to filter a little bit. So the easiest, sometimes it's really obvious when a filter works, like on the camo impulsors that I painted. I needed the filter to be like really, really, really prominent to actually change the color of the armor. But like on this, the best way to tell kind of how effective the filter was, or how filtered, you know, those marks got, would be to do it before and after. So, especially on black. But you're like, oh yeah, that looks a little different, and then you look at like a side by side before and after. You're like, oh wow, that really had an effect on the model, on the underlying paint. So it's pretty cool to do, to see it. Side by side like that. All right. So Rub that off that side. And now I'm going to go kind of against the grain because I want to keep the oil wash in those vertical grooves. So I'm going to go against the grain instead of going with the grain. And I'm not being too strident about like making sure I remove every little bit of oil from track joints or the treads. It just serves as kind of grime and grease and stuff to leave it there. So not a priority to get absolutely all of it. Come back here. One thing you do want to be careful of is your hands. Like I know for a fact I just put oil back on this panel, see? Because my glove has oil paint on it. So when you're doing a vehicle especially, and you have to handle it as much as you do, you just want to be mindful of where you're putting your hands. And all the way down and back. I'm actually just going to start over on this side. Yeah, not helpful. I realize that. While I'm back here, I can just hit and see tone down the skull a little bit. But again, I don't need the oil wash to do that. I like where the skull's at. So. But the oil wash does help to kind of bring everything into a similar level of like sharpness or cleanliness. Like it's not going to bring everything to the same tone, but it doesn't hurt. All right. Come over here, start on the front, meet in the middle. And it's a little tough because like on, models that are more than, just one color like this one, it's really easy to tell where you've removed the oil wash and where you haven't. With this, I have to kind of keep track a little bit. But it's just hard. It's just a little harder to tell than it is on just your standard color scheme. But certainly not a great challenge. All right, now we're getting the good stuff in here. Again, not pushing very hard. Just trying to stay on top of everything. Make sure we're getting the sides. Top of that, top of that. There we go. Work our way down the side there. Start coming over in the middle, the vent. Even though we got plans for the vent. Big plans. And I don't know if it's coming across on camera, but you can see like the areas that are still matte, that still have oil wash on it, and the areas that aren't. But I'm also moving quick, so it would not. I'm gonna have to do a little, kind of once over inspection before I do the matte varnish. Because once you matte varnish it, you're done. You cannot really adjust it at all from there. So I mean, you can debate how much of a difference that really made. You can see the Ninth Legion, but like these insets are definitely more defined. The rivets are a little more defined. This is more defined up here. The parts on the door are more defined. So it just helps. It'll also lend a little grit to everything, which is particularly good for this model. Because if you're an assault transport for Death Company, you're going to get a lot of action. So being grimy and heavily weathered is very, very fitting. All right. Make sure you top everything. And continue on back here. Okay. Thing you do want to be on the lookout for with Q-tips is they will leave bits of cotton behind, those little fuzzies behind on the model, and you'll see them once you start auto watching. It's inevitable. Like you'll go to take pictures of your finished model and look at them and be like, oh, there's a big string of fiber, cotton fiber, hanging off his boot. I should probably get that. You can just take tweezers and pull them off. No problem. So what is that? There we go. So this will take a couple minutes to dry. I'm not going to try and speed that up. Yeah. I say that, I'm like, it's pretty much dry already. All right. Oh, I forgot to do that. Darn it. That's why we keep that. Don't throw it away until the very end. I forgot to do the guns. But that's okay. Just gives me a little bit more chance to get that Land Raider dry. All right. Okay, I am actually going to take a break and let that dry maybe like 10 minutes as far as the tank goes. Because you can see, like in the very, I don't know if you can even see that, but it's mostly dry except you can see a little bit of shiny, like in the very deep crevices. Definitely still some moisture in there. I do not want to like varnish. I don't want to varnish wet white spirits. Like that's just not. It happens, but it's not high on my list of things to do if I don't have to. So sometimes I'll get impatient and, you know, it'll happen, but I'm going to try not to. So I'm going to take a break for like 10 minutes. And when I come back, I will varnish this, and then we can move on to the pigments and stuff in the last segment. So I'm excited. So we'll see you in just a second in editing time. Okay, we're back, and real quick, just going to take the oils off metallics here. I'm going to be real gentle because I want to leave more behind than usual. So I'm just going to give it a quick once over. That'll work. Ooh, this one's starting to shred. That's all right. All right. Good enough for government work, as they say. Goes off to the side, and then those will get varnished when we do the rest of the varnishing. So I'm done with my Q-tips, done with the oil wash. Ooh. Don't want to spill this stuff. This stuff is, it's not like pricey, but depending on where you live, apparently it's really expensive in Canada. But waste not, want not. This I'm just going to toss. And then this is the fun part. I love this part. So really cranking up the PSI now on airbrush because this matte varnish is so we won't really get the full effect until we do the matte varnish. So Vallejo matte acrylic varnish is what I use. Ooh, I'm gonna put the needle in there. Come on, Colin. I know you just got back from the break, but come on, man. And again, I'm going to try to avoid the tracks. I'm actually going to satin varnish the tracks, but I want to do like a pretty. I want to be able to see that there's varnish on there, and then we just get this really nice matte finish. So just kind of hose this puppy down. And you just always want to keep in mind that if you miss an area and you don't get matte varnish, it will be shiny. Obviously, because it was gloss before. So it's not game breaking on black, but when I post pictures to social media, when I post like on the Facebook page and stuff, I'll make sure on Instagram, I'll make sure to post one that's like the before and after. Ooh, you know, I should have done. Oh, I was gonna say I should have done the scorching before I did the matte varnish, but the ink will actually stick a lot better to the matte varnish than the gloss. There we go, nice and matte. This is just air. A little bit more. Right. Beautiful. Come back over here. I'm actually just going to matte varnish the ends and the kind of main body, the black parts, and I'm going to leave the metallic parts how they are. Keep a little shine. And then give a nice rinse. Turn down the pressure a little bit, and then I'm going to grab satin varnish from AK. It's kind of my secret sauce for doing metallics lately. And what this is going to do is it's going to give a little bit of a natural sheen to the tracks. And it looks like it's going on thick, but it actually has this, it has like a colored agent in it. It's a little tinted so that you can see where you're putting the varnish on and how much, which I think is pretty brilliant. So AK really does a good job of kind of thinking of everything. And I just love their products. They're really, really high quality. So that's why they show up a lot in these tutorials. Now you can see on those tracks, it just gives them a little bit of, because the tracks were matte before I did the satin varnish, you can see it just gives them a little bit of a shine that I really like. I do the same thing for like Sanguinary Guard, for my sword blades, every kind of large areas of metal. I do actually do the same thing for the trim on, like gold trim on shoulder pads and the chest eagle and stuff for my blood angels, like all the little gold bits and stuff. I brush on some satin varnishes as well. It just gives it a really nice shine. So that's it for oil wash and varnish. And we could call this done, and it would look pretty good. But I really want to give it, you can see that shine now, really nice natural shine on the tracks. So now what I'm going to do is break out the pigments and then have some fun. So that's in the next segment. I'm not going to extend this segment any further. But so that's how to make and apply an oil wash, remove it, varnish it. There will be other tutorials where it'll have more of an effect, like the Space Wolf Redemptor Dreadnought tutorial was really good for that. And then I will be doing a tutorial on Camo Impulsor, and that's one where it has like a huge effect on the model. So I'm still glad that I did it. I still think it's worthwhile to do on a black model like this one. So thank you for your support. Thanks for watching. And if you have any questions, just leave them in the comments so everybody can see the answer. And we'll see you soon for part 8 where we're going to do pigments. Excuse me. We're going to do pigments and finish this model off. And today, going to be doing part 9 of the Death Company Land Raider Armored Proteus tutorial. And today we're going to be doing pigments and pigment weathering. We're going to basically make the tracks look super dusty to tie it in with the basing scheme for the army, and just make it look weathered and worn and a little bit more realistic. Take some cues from some military modeling aesthetics and apply them to 40K. And just really the main reason to do this, other than it looks cool, is to integrate it with the basing. It's something that you can look at an army, and it doesn't look bad, but like you can look at an army and everything's on a base and everything has the same basing scheme, and then you get to the tanks and like the tanks will be in the same color scheme, but they're not like integrated. So short of putting a tank on a base, or short of running all grav vehicles, like the rest of the armies, you know, repulsors and impulsors and stuff, so they all have bases. But the exposed tracks offer a really nice opportunity to do this kind of weathering. Same for, you know, all Imperial Guard tanks. This is a great technique for those as well. So what I'm going to be using a few different materials today. We're going to make a pigment wash for parts of the treads using isopropyl alcohol. Using isopropyl because it evaporates so quickly, and it does act as kind of a budget fixer for the pigments. Using burning sands from Secret Weapon Miniatures, metallic iron from Secret Weapon Miniatures, and alkaline dust from Abtalung 502 from MiG. So alkaline dust is very, very, very light, almost white, but it's still pale yellow. And then this is more of a traditional yellow, yellowish dust. Basing scheme for my army is very, very light desert scheme. So I don't have a finished model. It's over there. I'm not going to get it. But so that's what we're looking to mimic. I use these pigments on my bases. When I paint my bases, I use these pigments for you know, dusting up the feet and stuff. So same pigments. Also going to be using Soilworks Terrain Fixer from Skill 75, which is Pigment Fixer, the best. And then I'm going to be using a couple different brushes. This wide flat brush is my Pigment Fixer brush. It's all I use it for. To wick, you'll see. I'm trying to explain. Then I have a really thin synthetic brush, and I'll be using this for the pigment wash. And then I have a super trashed old GW just layer brush that I'm going to be using to do the dry pigments on the top and stuff. So I may actually want to grab. No, this will be fine. Yeah, this will be fine. Okay. First things first, we're going to do the pigment wash. So the thing that makes this a little bit tricky is I don't want to just like cover this thing with pigments, right? I don't want to make the whole tank like super dusty. I really just want to do the tracks. You can get into, you know, there should be dust like accumulated in the corners here and stuff like that. I would like to, but especially with this light of dust on black, it'll take over the model, and the model will be about the dust, which I don't want. I just want the tracks to be a little dusty. So there has to be like dust and stuff in here, and sand, pigment in here, inside the tracks on those wheels. Otherwise it's not going to sell it. If these are clean, but like the top of the track is dirty or dusty, it's not going to look natural. There's no selling that, because the dust would naturally, this would be like the most dusty area would be down in the tracks and next to the tracks and stuff. So the problem with that is I don't want to just mash a bunch of dry pigments in there because it's going to get all over the outside of the tank, especially on the inside, like especially in here. It would just make a total mess of the main part of the tank. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make a pigment wash because it's much, 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 much easier to control a pigment wash than it is to try and control dry pigments. Dry pigments just get everywhere. So I'm just going to scoop a bunch of this out. I probably put way too much isopropyl in there, but that's okay. Scoop a bunch of this out. Yeah, there's way too much isopropyl. So I'm just using a paper towel to wake out a bunch of that isopropyl. Sorry, realize I'm not doing that on camera. That's better. Now this stuff shows up a lot more than you think it will when you're applying it, so you do want to be a little bit careful. But I do want this to be, you know, dusty. So let's adjust the focus there. There we go. And pigments sink to the bottom, so you just want to stir, kind of load up the brush, and you're like you're not even really going to see it. One of the advantages to doing pigments is it is gritty. And there we go. Yeah, I can see that now. Let me come back here. Let's do that. So it's going to add this kind of third dimension of grit and texture in there. It's not just, we're not just using paint, right? That's like the whole reason you use pigments is that natural. Oh, that was a lot. It's okay. Is this getting, yeah, getting all over the place here. Okay. Maybe I'll be a little bit more careful. But I do want this to be on the interior of the tracks. I want to get this in all the nooks and crannies that I can in here, because it's where, naturally, it's where that dust would accumulate during, as the tank operates. So it's very, very important to get this done, and all the way on the inside. And it's not going to be even, and that's perfect. We don't want it to be even. I don't really need to use fixer down in here either, because the isopropyl kind of acts like a fixer a little bit. In kind of low traffic areas, you can get away with using isopropyl kind of as a fixer, but in high traffic areas, pigment fixer is definitely recommended. But nobody's ever gonna touch like the inside of this tank track. Like, things have gone very wrong if I'm able to touch the inside of these tracks, right? So I don't need that fixer to be the strongest fixer ever. I just need to get some pigments down in there. And like I said, the advantage to this is it's not getting pigments. As I say that, I'm getting pigments all over the place. But if I were trying to do this with dry pigments would be getting down on the hull, on the sides of the tracks. Like, it would just be kind of getting everywhere. And then I'm going to do kind of the front of this real quick, because this would definitely get a lot of accumulation. That I'm going to actually do some dusting, but initially I'll just use the wash, make sure I get through in the crevices and everything. Now we'll just go over the other set of tracks. Now when I'm doing the dry pigments on the face of the tracks, it's much easier to control than on the sides of the tracks, right? So that's why I would switch it up and use a different technique on. Let me get back in here. There we go. Just what you're gonna see, and there we go. It's starting to dry a little bit. That's cool. So I get to see. To show you kind of what that looks like. Now just, again, going through. Make sure not to do too much in these wheel wells, but I do want that little bit of buildup right next to the tank as well. So it's very fluid. It's very much like, you know, it's hard to, if you want to see how this technique is like taken to the max level, go check out, like, so, ooh, I don't want that. I'll wipe that off. Go check out how some military modelers do. Military modelers, or there's a guy I follow on Instagram named Eddie Putera, Putera, and he does insanely lifelike dioramas and stuff. A lot of like model train techniques, and he does life scenes, kind of. Like he'll take a scale car and do like a rundown. Oops. I hope I haven't been doing that off camera this whole time. He'll do a car and do like a rundown, you know, car in an alley or whatever, and have all the rust and all the. He scratch builds everything. Like his work is just incredible. But you can see the work that he puts in with pigments and stuff like that. It's just insane. Very, 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 very talented artist. So when we come back here, you can start to see that build up on those treads, and it's pretty subtle. Did it get less subtle as I went on? Like on this side, I think it's gonna be a lot less subtle. Let's kind of go over this again and do a little bit more, because there are some areas on here that's not really showing up here. Okay. That's good. And I'm not going to use the lighter pigment on this. I want this can stay dark, that's fine. Just with the more sand color. Versus on the top, I'll use the two different pigments. But this is kind of background and just making sure that, you know, we're kind of staying somewhat realistic with instead of just having the sand on top of everything, would really be in these tracks. So there we go. Okay, we're gonna let that dry. And you can see it here kind of on the side of the tracks. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little bit more isopropyl and a kind of stiffer synthetic brush. And I can come back along here and kind of wipe some of that off and just kind of tone down. Like there's some spots like over here, the whole side of the track is all pigment. I don't really want that. So I can just kind of go back and lightly adjust. There's still going to be, whoops, that's fine. There's still going to be some pigment there, but less. On the sides of the tracks. I'm trying not to touch the inside. See, like over here, how that whole track is just pigment. I can just kind of get this wet with a little bit of isopropyl. And then come through and kind of edit Now, if I don't take it off, it's just going to sit there and then just evaporate and leave the pigment there again. So I'm going to make sure to take it off. But I think we're off to a pretty good start here. There we go. Hang on, let me get this focused in even more so that we can see. There we go. And that's not fully dry yet. So there are, but like you can see up here, are those kind of sandy deposits in those wheels. Let's see if we're a little drier on this side, not really. So as this dries, that'll develop even more, but you can see how it's starting to come together. It's really cool. It's a really cool technique. I really like it. So now let me adjust it so you can see again. And then now we're really going to get into the messy part. Because now I'm going to open both these pigments. And I'm going to take, not that brush, a dry, kind of beat up brush. I'm going to dip it into the pigments. Knock off a little bit of the excess because a little bit of this goes a long way. And then I'm just going to focus kind of on the top of these tracks here. Because I don't want to coat the tracks. I don't want the tracks to just be sand tracks, right? It's not sticky. It's not like mud. It is going to influence the tracks and it's going to get into all the joints and everything, but it's not going to coat the tracks, if that makes sense. A little bit much over there, but make sure you get the bottom of each track joint as well. Top there, bottom there. And then get a little alkaline, lighter dust here and there. Because you just want to mix it up. You want to make sure that you're not just doing, you know, one kind of dust. And then up here, maybe start off with a little alkaline dust. And place it around. And then come back with the desert sand. Come on. Come on. There we go. I'll match that over there. Okay. Now we're starting to get some. When is it so out of focus? Sorry. starting to get some pigments on there. And now what I'm going to do, and you can see what a mess this is. Like, you can see all these pigments over here that have fallen off. Not ideal. That's not really where I want those to be. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to get the pigment fixer. I'm going to get the pigment fixer. I'm going to take the synthetic brush. I'm going to dip it in there. And then I'm just going to come in here and I'm just going to tap the area and let the capillary action from the brush draw the liquid out onto the surface. And that way, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying not to disturb the pigments. I don't want to brush this on because I don't want to smear the pigments. I want them to keep their shape. I want them to keep their location. So I'm just going to let that capillary action draw the liquid out of the brush. And this is what's going to keep the pigments mostly from coming off. None of them are perfect, but the scale 75 are the best that I've used. It's the best that I've used. The terrain fixer, Soilworks, by far the best. So and I'm doing this now. Normally, like when I'm doing bases or something, or when I'm doing, a dreadnought or something like that, I'll do all the pigment work and then I'll do the fixer at the end and just kind of, let it sit until it dries. With the tank, I have to turn this to keep doing pigment work. I have to turn the tank over. And I cannot do that with dry pigments. They'll get everywhere. So I'm going to let that soak in for just a second. Put the lid back on. And it's weird because you can see the pigments like basically disappear when you apply the fixer, and then they just come like roaring right back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow that off. You can also use airbrush with just air and try and blow those excess pigments off the side of the tank because I don't want those hanging out. And if my finger hits them or something, they're just going to smear and then it'll be stained. There's nothing I can do about it. So one of the other tricks that I like to do to give it a little bit more of a 3D is the thing that is different about pigments that's different from using enamels or oils or paint or acrylics or anything is that there is a third dimension. They are a little like crispy. They're particles of paint pigment, right? So what you can do is you can kind of load up the brush a little bit with some pigment and then come through and just tap the brush into the wet pigment fixer, and it gives you a nice little effect. Not too much though, so you can't really see what you're doing at that stage, but you can very, very easily overdo it. Just because it's so subdued with the pigment fixer on there. That it won't, you'll be like, oh, this isn't doing anything. And then you'll just keep tapping it. And when it dries and the pigments come back to life, you are deep into pigments at that point. So I want to try to avoid that. So I'm going to try and focus on just this side of the tracks for now. And then I'll switch on to the other side. So same thing, get a little bit of that alkaline dust. I think this is a good I think this is a good system, so I'm going to keep going with this. And I'm only doing pigments as far as I can see. I am not touching the bottom of this tank with pigments because I want to be able to play it on tables and stuff without people getting mad at me. So, because it'll just rub right, like that amount of friction, it'll just rub right off. I'll have to remember to like pick the tank up by the hull instead of the tracks and stuff. I mean, the pigment fixture is fairly durable, but it's not. You know, rub it and hope it survives to level of durability. So, little, oops, terrain fixer, fixer. There we go. Got the fixer, so now I'm going to come back. I'm going to grab a little bit of the alkaline pigment. A little tap, tap, tappy. A little bit of the burning sands. A little tap, tap, tap. Done. Leave it alone. I'm going to get some burning sands. I'm going to do this. Little front dozer blade looking deal here. Right. And I'm going to sneak back here and do just a little dusting at the bottom of the. I will sneak back here and just do a little bit of dusting here. I think it'd look a little suspicious if the area like right behind the heavily weathered ram was like squeaky clean. So just a little bit of dusting will get you a long, long, long way with this. Do not want to do too much. I do not want this to become the desert sand pigment show. So you want to be a little judicious. I remember when I first started using pigments years and years and years ago. I first started using pigments and was really excited about it. I was like, wow, these things are the greatest thing ever. And I was playing, so this must have been like 6th edition. Probably 6th edition. I was playing, I had started a Nurgle Chaos Space Marines army, so I was playing Death Guard. And, Death Guard and Rust pigments and stuff, like, heck yeah. So I remember and I was doing a Horus Heresy Death Guard army a little bit later, kind of sort of the same time-ish, and just absolutely went nuts with weathering pigments. And I look back now and I was like, oh my, like, those are just like pigment models with a little paint underneath. But it's easy to do. It's easy to get carried away with this technique. So as always, with weathering, you really want to try and keep in mind like less is more, less is more, less is more. This is gonna be a little tricky, but I'll get it done. Because it's so easy to overdo it. And then when you do, it does, it can tend to look, overdone. So, which is not a look that I typically love. Certainly has its place. Again, Death Guard, Orcs. But even, too much of a good thing is possible with Pigments. Because I still want to show that I knew what I was doing with painting the tracks and painting the armor and everything. Like I don't want the Pigments to be the star of the show. Right? It's very important to me. So you see these Pigments are starting to come back a little bit on the front here. And the last step, which I hope this dries in time that I can film that tonight. I don't have to break this up and come back to it tomorrow, but I will. When I'm this close to finishing a model, I just want to finish the model. But I think a lot of people are like that. Like I can see the end. I can see the end product. I'm 20 minutes away from being done with the pigment work on this. And then I just have to let the pigment fixer dry to do the last little touch. So I'm hoping it is warm in this room tonight, in my studio tonight, so cautiously optimistic. My wife asking me if I'm done. It's like 11:30 at night. And then we'll get my airbrush here. I like using the airbrush to brush off the pigment because there's a lot more pressure. Ooh, you can see. So here, you can see where I hit it with a brush or my finger at some point that had pigment on it. So I'm going to come back with the isopropyl and try and erase that real quick because I don't want any pigment back there on that part of this tank. It's just not going to look right. So I'm hoping that worked. Okay, so now I can really only hold this by, check my hands here. I can really only hold this by this like cupola over here. And I'm going to do the same thing I did on the other side a little bit. I'm just going to do a little bit of dusting here at the bottom where, kind of the bottom of the tank is, where it's going to the underside of the hole. And it just works. Like it just looks right. Like that should be dusty. Really this whole backside of this tank would be dusty, but I don't want to do that. I'm making a conscious decision not to do that. So this will be fine. It's fine. That works. Okay. I'm gonna start back here. And I'm gonna start trying to move. If I stop talking, I apologize now, but I'm gonna start to move pretty quick, I think. Because one reason I'm just doing the same thing that I just did, just on the other side of the tank. And it's getting late. I'd like to finish this tutorial and go to bed. So, selfishly. So yeah, I've been filming for a few hours now, so. But I wanted to get this finished this week, so I really clear the deck for the Seraptech Heavy Construct tutorial. Bunch of commission work I need to work on next week, so I wanted to get this off the deck. So tap, 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 tap. Little alkaline, tap, 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 tap. Ooh, I forgot. Did I forget to tap over here? That's okay. I guess I'll do some tap. Okay. It looks like it's going to dry fast enough for me to do the last bit, which would be nice. Then I'll let it dry overnight and I'll get some final pictures tomorrow. But I don't want to do more. I don't want to like come back to it tomorrow to do more pigment work. That doesn't sound great to me. And the last bit is one of these neat tricks. It's actually a metallic pigment, and what it does is it's really going to redefine the track sections. It's really cool. It's a really cool technique. Boy, holding one of these tanks up just by the sponson with like 3 fingers is not the most comfortable way to paint. But you have to when you're working with these. Because, you know, gravity is a thing. These are just going to fall straight down from wherever you're applying them. And they're just messy as hell. There's no other, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. These things are just super, super messy to work with. So, that's a lot of, don't want all that. Don't want all that. I will take some more alkaline then. Tap, 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 tap. Get the airbrush. There we go. Okay, and let's turn this, and then we'll see how we're doing up front. Aha! Getting there, getting there. So you can see it's already starting to dry. You can see how much lighter this is once it starts to dry. Starting to look pretty good, pretty good. I'm going to blitz through the last of this. Yeah, alkaline, alkaline. No, it doesn't work. Can't use pigments upside down. That doesn't work really well. So way, way, way too much up there. Let's drop that down. There we go. Going a little too fast now. And pigments like absolutely annihilate brushes. Like natural hair brushes just absolutely destroy them. Like you can see this one is all just, it looks like something you go fly fishing with. I don't know why, but they just do. But a natural hair brush kind of stores pigments in the brush better than a synthetic brush does. So the synthetic brush just doesn't carry the pigments as well. So I use a natural hair, like old, like the worst brush that I have in my lineup that I've used and abused the most is the one that I'll pull when I need a new pigment brush. I use GW medium layer brushes for a lot of my painting. And over the course of their life, they lose the tip. They get, more blunt, and they just can't, they go from fine detail brush to kind of layer brush to base coat brush to dry brush / texture brush, and then eventually end up in the terrain pigment arena. But it's one way that I extend the life of the brushes that I do use. It may not be a medium, it may not be a fine detail brush for very long. It's a couple months. Certainly not as long as like Winsor & Newton, but I'll find different uses for that brush for years. So, the $8 that I pay for the GW brush goes a long way. So now there's a lot of pigments on the table here. I'm just going to try and do a quick wipe with a paper towel. You do not want to wipe this stuff like off your clothes or anything, because as soon as you wipe it, it stains. This stuff's really, 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 really messy to use. So, as soon as you add water or try to wipe it up or anything, it just stains. Okay, so now I'm going to break out my handy dandy heat gun. Did I just skip those front plates both times? I found that hard to believe. It looks like I did. So this is dry-ish over here. Okay, you can hang on. So you can see the pigments a little better there. This is still not them at their fullest potential, because they're still drying, but you get a better idea of what we're looking at. And it's a pretty cool effect. Now, the really cool thing is to take this is a metallic iron pigment from Secret Weapon, and you take it and you dip your finger and rub those joints, and it just kind of clears. It covers the pigment, clears the pigment off those joints. It forces the pigment down into those joints, but it also really defines each link of the track and gives it this nice kind of burnished metallic finish. It's just a really cool effect, and I think it makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference on the final look versus like back here, where you can see these all kind of look, you know, the joints and everything, they all look messy and covered in. Whereas here, these look like tank tracks that have some dust on them now, right? Like the tracks themselves are much better defined with some dust on them, versus this in the back here, which just kind of looks like a line of dust. It's hard to. I think you know what I'm. I think you know what I'm getting at. I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. But this is a cool. I like never get to do this because I just don't paint that many vehicles for whatever reason. So that's changing though. This is really great for like if you're doing this same. If you're going to do the same technique on like Imperial Guard tracks, you can just dip your finger into the metallic iron and just rub like the Lehman Russ tracks or whatever, and it's just like done. You paint them steel, and then they paint the tracks steel, do the pigment work, and then you literally just like dip your finger in this stuff and rub it over the top of the tracks because they all have all that raised tread and the Aquillas and everything. You just rub it over and go, oh, done. That was fun. So it's really cool. So I highly recommend if you're a tread head and you want to do pigment work, giving this metallic iron technique a try, because it's just bad. And I get to do it with my finger. It's like finger painting. Who doesn't like that? Like, oh, great tank, man. You're like, yeah, I use my finger. Thanks. Because it does not give the same effect if you try to use a brush or cotton swab or any, you know, like this is just trying to, you know, build a better mousetrap. You just use your finger. All right. Awesome. I'm a little concerned about those two front sections right there that look like totally bare. So I'm gonna sneak in there. But I just think that looks so much better with those track sections picked out like that. I just think it looks so much better. So real quick, I'm just gonna knock out. Like these don't look like they got pigments hardly at all. These are like right on the front of the tank, so pretty important to have some pigments in there. I'll have to redo this steel as well. And this will sit overnight. It'll probably takes a couple hours for the pigment fixer to really run its course and fully dry. I was going to do a little touch up on that steel there. Okay. It takes a couple hours for the pigment fixer to fully dry and let everything set. I want to make sure Just want to make sure everything's looking how I want it to. I will pop these. We'll pop these Lascannons in though. I don't want to touch anything with that. Another great thing about these armored Proteuses is like no sub-assemblies. It's just, oh gosh, I don't even want to touch this thing right now. It's just the Lascannons and you're done. And no, these are not. Even not really. Close. Kinda. Look at that. That is so awesome. That is so cool. I love it. I love that pop of color. So it really, I'll grab a couple finished models here. So that pop of color in the tracks really helps. You can see how small. You can see how small this land barrier is, next to a Leviathan Dreadnought, and then I have my Premier Scale Lamarties. So this is part of my, like the Death Company part of my Blood Angels army. But you can see how those colors on the tracks of the tank oh, come on. There we go. Excuse me. You can really, really see how those colors in the tracks of the tank integrate that tank into the environment that the basing is on. Or the basing is reflecting, right? Like that tank looks like it belongs in the desert with these guys, right? It's the same pigment work that I did on the feet of the Leviathan. I'm not going to adjust the camera, but same pigment work that I did on the feet of the Leviathan is what I did on the tank. Same black, obviously, but so it puts the tank in the environment. I think it's really important. I think it's really important to do for tanks to get that really cohesive look to your army and to have like everything look like it belongs. So the grab plates on the repulsors, I'm not doing pigments on. I figure the anti-grav technology like repels dust or something. I don't know, but they have bases, so they're going to be in the basing scheme anyway. So that's another reason. But with kind of just traditional tracked tanks, I'll be doing all of them in my army this way because for that reason, to integrate them into the basing scheme. So, and it's nice and it looks cool and it's a bit of a challenge. It's kind of a next level thing to kind of do for your army is really get into some cool pigment work. So, you know, I dig it. I just dig it. I like the look. So I think it looks rad. I'm super happy with it. Once it's all dry tomorrow, I'll take pictures of it and get it posted. I'll get all these segments posted tomorrow. I know you're probably watching this months from now, but whatever. So thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for following along. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. Weathering wise and just, you know, like a pretty straightforward way of painting black that looks black. Like this would be really good for Ravenwing, it'd be really good for Deathwatch, it would be really good for, you know, if you were doing a black Harlequin scheme, if you were doing black Eldar or Black Legion. This would be a really good Black Legion scheme. And it's simple. You know, it's 2 colors, it's 2 airbrush colors in the highlight, like, and an edge highlight. It doesn't really another color for the chipping. So it just doesn't get. Just try not to overcomplicate this shit. It's just complicated enough. But I want my black to look black, and it does. So super happy. So anyway, thank you. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments so that everybody can see the answer. And we'll see you back here again soon. Get started on the Seraptic Heavy Construct, and then we'll see you again for another tank. I think next tank will be the Camo Impulsor, which will be really cool too. So thanks again. Take care. Thank you for your support. Talk to you soon.